no weapons, nothing. Staggers in, grabs a bundle, staggers back out to 600i, takes off, and the ending shot is him and like 3 of his buddies in the back of the 600i, just like passed out drunk ass. It's hilarious.
That's pretty funny.
It's like,
I like
that
how
would be
it's
hilarious,
not trying to
though.
be some epic story or something like that. It's just a fun little adventure.
yeah, and it's literally like, you know, he's drunk, stumbling towards the door, and all of a sudden this guy pops up and is aiming an assault rifle right at him, and is just about to pull a trigger, and then all of a sudden one of the Ursa rover just comes flying by at like full speed and just fucking nails the guy with the assault rifle.
Damn, you ever watched those
Yep.
Wayside Digital, I think it is the channel name, the Fallout fan films?
I
saw like what was it? Red Star?
Red Star,
Or...
I think, is one of them. That's
yeah.
like those guys. They did a series where it's just following 3 characters, and it's just wacky adventures like that. And it's this sometimes it doesn't always have to be all serious and dramatic and epic, whatever proportions. It's just let's have some fun.
Yeah, I like those.
Also, you reminded me when you said high on something. During Jumptown, I was reading the lore of the of Maze, and apparently it's rumored to be from Geon in origin, not like from Geon, but like from Geon space. It is essentially just alien space LSD.
Widow.
Except when you ingest it, you pass out, but your mind goes to the stars according to the descriptions.
I mean, what if my mind's already in the stars?
Well, then you don't have to take it.
Then it goes to the galaxy level.
Yes.
Oh baby, what if I'm already at the galaxy level?
Then you're probably dead and you just don't know it yet.
Or you
I mean,
past
aren't we
Dog
all
27.
dead? We just don't know it yet.
Well, we're
Either
just
that or
seconds
you
away
pass
from
Dog
death.
27.
Actually, we just confirmed that.
Yes.
Well, and amongst that, like you're going to die in 2 minutes. It's just every time you breathe, it resets the timer.
True.
Right, because you're going to be dying every second. You're another second away from death.
Don't threaten me with a good time, sir.
I wish I recorded when I said that, because we're.
You mean we aren't recording? What the fuck, man?
We are now.
God fucking damn it!
All right, well, everyone, welcome to episode 54.
Motherfucking shit ass son of a fucking vandal.
No thanks. Episode 54 of Casting the Shadows. So I guess on the agenda for tonight, first off, Star Citizen as per freaking usual.
Wait, we make agendas? Ah, shit.
Agendas,
well, just so that we can break them.
And agendas. Agending? Would that be like you are doing
Please no.
agendings? So
what's multiple agendas? Agendai?
Agendai.
Jedi?
A pie?
Can't say that. Mando's on a Star Wars strike.
Nah, fuck. Next thing you know, we're gonna say Mario and Nintendo's gonna be after us. Cut the static.
Oh my god. Actually, I'm checking just to be sure. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh man. But yeah, so Star Citizen Alpha 3.16.1 went live was it Thursday?
I actually didn't even pay attention. What was in it?
Yeah, so yes, they did Thursday. I think they did a sprint report and they talked about
they did we got our first ISC of the year.
They talked about the crashed spaceships a little bit.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The derelicts.
Sorry.
Which was pretty cool. It is annoying that we're only going to be seeing the Caterpillar though, especially since we saw the concept art for Terrapin and Cutlass Black derelicts, as well as like outposts and just straight up towns built around derelicts.
Okay, look, I could care fucking less about the derelicts. Where the fuck are these goddamn forests that they keep showing with like lush fucking plant life and thick tree coverage? Like, give me
that's not on any of the planets.
Soon TM.
Yeah, especially the one.
I'm pretty sure Pyro doesn't have fucking forest. Doesn't it?
That was all concept art, Cam.
Yeah, but the one.
I know. That's why it pisses me off.
Great. I'll get the footage.
Like I want to be able to go and just be like, I want a fucking forest world. I want Endor kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like I want it so
Here's
thick that I can't go, hey, ooh, there's a good point. You know, we always talk about like, why would you ever use a ground vehicle instead of your spaceship, right? Well, hey, if the fucking tree coverage is thick as fuck,
yeah.
there you
How
go.
are you gonna fly?
Perfect
Yeah.
reason to be using your Ursa or whatever.
Yeah. I'd be down with that. Here's the one big thing that I was disappointed with everything that they're doing with their crashes
Uh-huh.
is there's one big question that they just don't seem to want to answer. And I think it's because they don't know the answer to it yet either, which to me doesn't make sense why you're implementing this tech if you haven't answered it, which is what are we going to be able to do? Because they're talking, you're going to be able to field strip these things.
Yeah.
What about the crashes that already exist, like for the missions? What about the what is it? The frigate that's crashed on Daymar?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That's the freaking javelin to destroy.
They
Or
might
the
not have an
javelin,
answer yet, or if they do, they're not ready to commit on an answer yet. One possible idea that I have on that is that it's possible, and I don't know how they want to approach this, because it could go any one of a dozen different ways. But one possibility that jumps to mind is that maybe they'll make it so that, let's say you've got a wreck, whether it's naturally generated as part of a mission, or it's a player wreck, or something like that. It's an actual ship that literally crashed down there. Maybe it's that you can go and strip off, the whole paint, the whole scraping, they call it. You can strip out the components, and then you can strip out the things like fuel, water, ammo, oxygen, that kind of stuff, if there's any there. But maybe the actual structure of it, like the interior hallways and corridors and walls and all that kind of shit, maybe that's not scrappable, or at least not. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because then when you
I
get to like the
understand what you're saying.
reclaimer size, though, that kind of flies in the face of that, because that thing's supposed to be able to eat. You should be able to eat in a rural hole.
Yep.
Right. So how does that fucking work?
Yeah. Are you going to go back and redo that javelin wreck so it is enterable once you do break in through that? Say you scrape enough skin off. Now they need a wreck that is sunk into the ground as it is, but has an interior. So,
Yep.
that's those are all the mechanics. Those are all the mechanics that I think they need. They need to figure out what they're gonna do, and I just think that it's like, why are you guys implementing this and showing it off if you haven't answered that? Because that's like one big question that the whole community's going. So what you're saying is I'll be able to go scrap that javelin every time I log in?
Well, exactly. And then also too, so on one hand you have, with the reclaimer, that thing should be able to go and eat up a fucking wreck hole. Like that's the intended fucking purpose of it. On the other hand though, what happens when you go, you get a fucking black box mission, hey, go pick up the black box from some wreck, it's over yonder. Okay, I fly around, I send my pings out, I find the wreck. Oh, hey, actually, there is no wreck anymore because someone went and gobbled it all up.
Yep. Good
well,
point.
Shit. It's like, there has to be a way to go and transit this, because the reclaimer is meant to eat ships whole. But if you do that, do mission. And now, one option could be that, well, hey, you do that, any such missions or anything that rely on that thing being there no longer pop up. But in the case of, you have a fucking javelin wreck, every fucking reclaimer in the system is going to be going after it, because that's a fucking buttload of shit there to go and salvage. And if it's always going to be there,
yep.
Or even then, I get one mission. Let's say there's a javelin wreck, and there's a mission to go and pick up some data from there or something. Let's say it procs up every once every day. let's just say, or once every, let's say across all servers it procs once an hour. So it's like that means 24 people in the span of a day will be able to take that mission, probably on different servers here, but you're gonna have people essentially doing that mission every single hour.
Yep.
But if you can go and salvage it, there is no more mission. What's effectively locks that content out and would effectively mean a lot of people aren't ever going to see that until all the people
But
who
then,
have reclaimers get bored. And who says
but
they ever
then,
will?
what happens when everyone knows that that same wreck is in the same spot and it spawns every
Yep.
24 hours? The mission doesn't pop for you because obviously somebody else already got it, but you and your group of friends grab your reclaimer, you go to the spot that you know that it's supposed to be at, and oh, hey, there's the guy who's doing the job, kill him. Now you're just gonna have orgs fighting over that spot, whether or
Yep.
not they've got the mission or not. Like it's so
Or
yeah, you're
even
gonna have to have some dynamic thing where it moves around, which then
even
it's
then,
no longer a feature of the planet like the current javelin is.
even if you have it move around dynamically, which, and okay, that could be an option there, sure. But if you have it moving around dynamically, you're still going to have, I go and take the mission, for example, and then I go and I sell the location to, or I just give it to my buddy who has a reclaimer, or I sell it to some org or something. But if that mission is supposed to go and proc once an hour, every single hour here, well, I just got it. I go and I sell that location over. My buddy comes in with a reclaimer or whatever. Sorry, it's no longer there. Unless you would have found, well, actually, on that note, let's say again, for the sake of argument, that the javelin mission or other similar missions, let's say that mission is supposed to proc up every hour on the hour, and someone goes and takes it. Let's say, or someone either goes and takes the mission, or someone goes and starts salvaging it. So there let's say there's just been any kind of salvage beam has hit the hull. There's been any kind of a state change to the wreck, whatever that might be.
I think I know where
Instantly
you're
it
going with
goes
it.
and it goes and it sets off a little thing that says, okay, next hour, spawn at the next location. So that way you still have the original one there, but it's still going to spawn in the next location no matter what. No matter if someone came up, poked it with their multi-tool, and then was like, wow, that's a javelin, and flew off, it's still going to proc in the next location.
What about just having a proximity setting on it so that essentially
Yeah, that would work
it's
too.
not going to regen the mission until
Unless someone gets near.
no, the opposite. So it basically, as long as no one has been around it for say 2 hours or an hour, pick a time. Um, let's just say for the sake of this conversation, an hour.
Okay.
Nothing has been within 500 meters of it for an hour, then it resets. But
Yeah,
if somebody
that would
is within 500 meters of it, it just basically keeps delaying. So, in other words, as long as somebody's there doing that job, that mission's not going to pop. But once they leave, and a certain amount of time after they've left, then the mission resets and goes, okay, now I'm available again. Come first serve. That might be a way
that would
too.
work.
So my
But
2 cents on this topic, if you don't mind me cutting in real quick.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the way. Well, if I was gonna design it, that's not the way
Mhm.
I would handle it. I would make mission or I would make the reclaim missions very specific. So there's it'll pop up and you accept it, and when you do that, then it'll spawn some ship or something somewhere for you to go pick up. I don't think that you'll be able to do anything to the wrecks that are already there because the idea is that they're crashed or they've been there for a long time, so there's nothing valuable for you to reclaim. I think all the missions that you're able to interact with and strip are going to be ones that get spawned dynamically when someone picks a mission when it pops up and becomes available. And as soon as they're done with it, then that one will despawn and a mission will pop back up, and then just rinse repeat.
I agree with what you're saying, but to me, and I could be wrong in this, and I don't have the full picture possibly. Um, my understanding is that that's the exact opposite of what a CIG is trying to do. Because to me, what you're saying, Data, like, yeah, that makes sense. That's an easy way to do it from a game development point of view. But it sounds like what they're saying is, no, these crashes are going to be specifically, long term. Like they've been there. Like that was what they're showing off was look at the
weeks, months,
deterioration levels
years.
of these things.
Yeah,
But they're going to be there for you to be able to go and plunder. And
yeah,
so
I don't
that's
know.
what creates that problem of what we've been discussing, I think.
It doesn't make
Well,
any sense to
there's
me that you would go and try to strip a wreck that's been sitting on a planet and it's a rust
why
bucket
not?
for 20 years.
If you can, well, I mean, for example, let's say if I'm in a vulture, I'm a newbie player. I'm a rookie salvager. I'm out and about, and I find some, I find a terrapin sitting out there, just fucking half taken over with foliage and trees and shit. But if I can go and pull out, and let's even say let's say that the components of it are completely gone. They've been out there too long. There's nothing. There's nothing to be gained from there. But if I can still go and do any kind of hole scraping, maybe I can, maybe I can't. But if there's at all any utility to the reclaimer, because again, the reclaimer is meant to go, and I know I'm jumping from the vulture to the reclaimer here, but the reclaimer is literally meant to eat ships whole. You could just feed an Aurora into there. So that would mean, because if salvage was only going to be hull scraping, components, and then consumables, i.e., ammo, fuel, oxygen, water, that kind of stuff, then yes, there would really be no issue because you aren't consuming a down ship hull. But the reclaimer is meant to go and consume them whole.
I think salvage is going to be, the high-end items, i.e., the special materials and the special components, or just, components in general and their subcomponents. So like those big ticket items that you want where you're looking for like those fresh wrecks. But there's also the junkyard version, which is you actually don't care. You're just going in to collect the tonnage of the base material, iron,
it's like mining copper,
metal.
If you're out mining,
whatever.
You're just grabbing whatever the first rock you find is. You're just like, I just want a payday.
And I think that's
really
where
what.
those the derelicts versus the freshly crashed are going to still have some value to them. And I think that from what I was perceiving it, that's what CIG is intending these initial wrecks to be, is that, hey, this is just, you go out and you scrape whatever's available is left to you. You're not going to get a whole lot, but it's something. Kind of like
it's enough to keep fuel in your tanks and all that.
Yeah. But again, I could be wrong, but because to me, reclaimer's for the reclaimer's not sitting there like daintily picking off the tiny little things that it wants. No, it's just going in there. It's like, there's a caterpillar. Let's chop it up into chunks that are big enough that I can feed it into my grinder. That's all it cares about.
Yeah.
But back to the original. I'm disappointed that CIG hasn't given us some kind of an answer, or even just a, hey, we're thinking about this, and we've got it boiled down to 3 options, and we're just trying to figure out which one of those 3 is going to work best. Some kind of update to that effect is what I would like to see out of them. That's all.
It would certainly be nice to at least get some word, some communication on it. But the radio silence is concerning, but hopefully we hear about something regarding it soon. Since
you will hear nothing.
And you will like it.
Keep saying, the studio report mentioned salvage, it's being worked on.
Yeah, I will say that's actually, sorry, I didn't mean to cut anybody off.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
2 cents. That's the one thing I'm actually kind of looking forward to this year is seeing that first iteration of Salvage and seeing the Vulture come, get released. I think that'll be that's a big point for this year for me on a personal level.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. It's gonna be huge. I mean, it'll be big if we get it this year. Big if also. But what's gonna be bigger, that or static server meshing in Pyro?
Oh, static server meshing
Yeah,
by far.
Yeah.
because as we were talking about before we went live, the servers are well past their limits. That's kind of what we're seeing right now. We've had a similar situation a few years ago, which you pointed out, a call sign, where like the servers are well past their limits and they can't add anything new because of it. And that means that no new content, no new major patches, new features and stuff. In fact, they may have to remove things in order to add new things to then test those. It's like, okay, you guys tested this stuff, we can remove it for now so you can test this new thing. That's what they were doing for a while. That's what they did with caves. They removed some features for caves to be in there. But now the servers are back to being, but thanks to OCS at the time, when they first implemented object container streaming to the effect that they did, it gave them more breathing room, but that breathing room has been taken up now. We need more, so hopefully static server meshing is that kind of key that unlocks the near unlimited amount of space that we need for more content.
Yeah, I see static server meshing as being just this huge, that's going to expand the whole game, whereas the salvage is just one small aspect of it. So if I was given a choice between the two, absolutely server mesh.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Did we piss Data Machine off and he left?
I know.
Yes.
I was about to message him. Why? What happened? He went offline though, so I assume something happened. Watch it be like his computer just shut off or something.
Lost power.
Windows be mean. But yeah, hopefully, I am echoing. Can't seem to fix it. There you are. It did it.
Oh, he's back. Stop talking about him.
Yeah, sorry about that. Cat jumped on the computer and shut it off.
I was like, wow, we pissed off.
I was spot on then. Okay. I said, watch it how it was just his computer shut off. All right. Well, good to know. But yeah, with the ICS this week, they talked about the derelicts. CIG wanted to expand derelicts to encourage more exploration in a sense of mystery, laser trip mines to add danger to the wrecks and crash sites, requiring players to think more and making them into puzzles, which I'm all for. I like having puzzles and like Half-Life style traverse around toxic areas. More rewards thanks to the new loot system. So this way you're gonna find crates in the wrecks that will give you rewards, whether it be armor, weapons, similar to the loot crates that we have in bunkers. Their plans for the future regarding derelicts are for persistent derelicts blended into the biomes across the universe, as the concept art they have shown, where it's like rusted and like you see the superstructure of the ship, but also like some armor plating here and there, so you kind of lets you know which ship it is. And the nature taking the ship back, right? All that. Talk about corroded versions of the ships, again, like rust and these straight up corpses and like husks of what the ship used to be. Vegetation taking it over. Wrecks repurposed into shelters and bases, which I think is probably the most interesting of the things they listed, because that means that like new locations, places where NPCs are going to be, new areas to sell and buy stuff, new missions,
AI interactions.
Exactly. Just that adds more area to the game, literally and not literally. We also have crash sites that should tell a story, how and why, due hostilities or something else, due to hostilities or something. Sites that should be captivating. So essentially, like more visually appealing, more like they're not just new and they weren't just artificially placed there like they kind of are now, but something that looks more natural and like it fits in the world.
I just had a thought.
Also, this concept art reminds me of Kashyyyk.
If you're gonna have AI at these let's call them homesteads,
Yep.
homestead sites, what happens if a player or a group of players kills those AI, leaves? Does it just automatically repopulate them? Like, so if let's say a third party comes along, 2 hours later or a week later, are they going to find AI, right back in their normal rhythm at that location?
Maybe here's how you can do it. Oh, go ahead.
Initially, I imagine if they don't have a mission that you can accept, which spawns hostiles there, I imagine that those areas are going to be armistice zones starting out, so you can't go in there and just wipe all the NPCs. Unless there's a specific mission that has some combat element to it.
Well, for example, though, let's say like the mission they showed on Pyro, where it was like, oh, go and get this artifact. If I just do a flyby in a fucking A2, drop a couple bombs on the fucking place, and just stroll in and grab the thing, unless they go and they put something specifically in to go and be like, oh,
the rubble.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if everyone dies, now they could go and do something like, oh, hey, we have some code that specifically detected that there was a bomb that went off and the artifact is now destroyed, for example. But
in that outpost that they showed, there were missile turrets. Remember when he stole the artifact and then tried to take off, they took him out.
Yeah,
but let's say you use a tank or something like they choose.
What they didn't show was how does that mission start, and I imagine it's pops up on a mobiGlas or it's from a mission giver. So it's not like that mission's going to be available for everybody. You're going to have to accept it, and then you fly to the location, and then there'll be NPCs there.
Also, another way they could do it,
and also. If you did drop a bomb on it, it's not going to kill the NPCs that are inside. It'll only kill the people outside.
If they're inside, they'll be fine. But another way they can do it is if it's an established.
Sounds like a challenge to me.
Angle it.
Drive up to the front door with a
inside.
Tank. Stick the barrel in the front door and pull the trigger.
So, if this is an established outpost, you can have it where, they have comms and stuff. So if everyone's dead. Right, say you can have it in that hour to week time span that the players came, killed everyone, and left, and then they come back an hour or a week later, whatever it is. Someone else could have gone there, like an NPC or whatever group could have gone there to investigate why did this place just go radio silent.
Yeah. I'd be okay with if you start trouble in the wrong place, maybe they've got connections with the local. Mafia team, whatever, gang group, and those are the ones that they call in for support when they're like, hey, there's some dude who's like kicking all our doors in. Help. And if you're not out of there within 30 minutes or whatever the timeline is for that gang to respond, then you're gonna have some heat coming down on you while you're sifting through the rubble trying to find that artifact. I'd be okay with that.
I think starting out, if you are expecting missions to be this complex and and interact the way you're thinking, you're going to be very disappointed because it's too much work to try to maintain that. Later on down the line, when they've got some more time, maybe. But starting out, I think it's just going to be
I'm
mission giver. They give you a mission, you go there, you do the thing. If you don't have the mission, you go there. Then it might not even be populated with NPCs. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I right now I'm just thinking like end game how they're going to do it and how they're going to kind of not deter but think around players essentially trying to break the game. That's what players do.
I agree with what you're saying, Data. Like initially, yeah, we're gonna have the simplistic version,
yeah,
absolutely.
it's just gonna be the location, no NPC.
Now, later on, I would love to see anytime a player's ship becomes disabled and they have to abandon it or they crash on a planet, that would just dynamically generate a wreck and a mission to claim it, or someone
What if
can
you
Yeah.
survive
scan
that
it and
wreck?
find the location and go salvage it. That's what I would love to see.
Wait, what if that happens? Except you survive the wreck, so can't you just claim your own?
I mean, you could potentially, if you could get someone to come pick you up. I mean,
Yeah.
thinking late game, you're not going to be able to just kill yourself and teleport somewhere.
No, you're
I
gonna
mean,
have
I
to
guess you
either
can, but
you're gonna have to find
I like
somewhere or just hole up inside the wreck until someone picks you up. So.
yeah,
I like the idea that maybe there's a like when you go through the insurance claim process, other players can have essentially like a reputation that they built up where they work with certain insurance companies, and that's where, like you were talking about, that would generate gameplay where those other players suddenly get a contract from the insurance company going, hey, we got a terrapin that just went down on Daymar. You want to go reclaim that for us?
yeah.
And you know, I think that makes really good gameplay if you
Yep.
do it that way. I like that.
Well, they do have a star rating at the moment for beacon missions. No one uses it, but
I
hopefully
don't
that
think it
becomes
actually.
more. It becomes more prominent and more important later on.
I don't think it's tied into anything. I don't think
No, it's
rating
not.
it will do anything.
It was
but
made
yes.
years ago when they first made beacons. It really means nothing. I don't even know if it persists. Honestly, I haven't tried it.
I don't think it does.
Does life persist?
No.
Do you
Only
believe
if you
in
keep
life
breathing.
after love?
Also, of the things I listed earlier from the Inside Star Citizen, only 3 of them are in the PU right now, which is derelicts that encourage more exploration, laser trip mines to make the wrecks more dangerous, and the loot crates in the wreck.
Apparently, there's hostile NPCs in some of those wrecks. Right now.
Starfarer,
There,
yes,
there
I
have been
haven't
for
had.
a while.
Yeah, in Starfarers, there's always hostile NPCs.
Was it always?
I mean, not always, but like for the last year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Consistent.
I blame Canada.
Okay, and Coolio's ain't here to defend it.
Exactly.
Now, the more interesting part of Inside Star Citizen, the sprint report, really the only one we care about. Work continues on Lorville's hospitals, and Levski's hospitals has entered Greybox.
Not those.
That's kind of a hint, isn't it?
Yeah, but maybe we'll get
Kinda.
the next star system sometime soon.
Yeah.
TM.
I did see some people positing that theoretically we might get Nyx and Pyro at the same time.
Yeah, I've
'Cause,
heard that also.
You know,
I've heard that. I'm
Levski
not
Delmar
sure
is
I
the main
believe it.
landing zone, already at least 99% done there. You know, sure, some touch-ups to making sure it's using the latest planet tech and that kind of shit. But other
Right.
than that, you throw some moons together and add some jump points and off you fucking go. Maybe a
Yeah.
space station or two.
They wouldn't have to do as much work on Nyx as they would for Pyro, because they already have really the most important location of Nyx finished.
I think it needs to be
sort of.
totally reworked using the latest tech. I don't
Well,
think
no,
they'd
it-
be able
There's
to
no
do
doubt.
it.
Remember,
won't
Levski
go
wasn't
over it
removed
again.
that long ago. It's only a year.
What?
Levski was only removed about a year ago.
Yeah, but the reason it was removed is because it was such a resource hog, because it was developed using like tech
Yeah,
from like
yeah.
6 years ago.
But they have they did improve some of it with because it was around for the Planet Tech V4. When all the locations got that. And that was back in.
I don't know if it did.
Didn't it?
I don't know.
Well,
Because
in
I
any
mean,
case,
it was initially just put in there as a placeholder, like,
Yeah.
hey, check it out. So like they didn't fully develop it. It wasn't they didn't develop it with the tech in mind of like, this is going to be a long-term item. So I think it had a lot of deficiencies that were just kind of, hand wavy over. So I think if they were going to implement it now, it would need a serious rework. Because I mean, they were saying that one of the reasons they pulled it out at the time that they did is that it was like its resources were taking up as much server space to run it as almost the rest of the system, the rest of Stanton. So it was a huge resource hog.
Yeah, and I know they also it goes back to what we were talking about before, where they had to remove things just to add new things.
Yeah. So
Because remember, they
I'm not
they removed it just before they added in the gas cloud tech with all the Lagrange point stations.
Yeah. I'm not saying that like I'm not saying you're wrong that they're much further down the road with setting up that system, but I still think it's still gonna need some work. But
No, you're
on
probably
that
right.
note, I think we're gonna get those. If we get those systems this year, I think they're probably gonna give them to us at the end of CitizenCon as like the going out bang of, oh yeah, and here you go, here's 2 systems. I can totally see them doing that.
I guess I still think we're only going to get Pyro, but I'm welcome to be wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, they're working on Lorville, and Lorville's the last location in Stanton that doesn't have a hospital, right? Because Area 18 has its hospital, so Lorville's going to get its hospital. It's being worked on. Evidently, Levski also has its hospital being worked on.
Where we're going, who needs a hospital?
Mining gadgets have been fully completed, including both models and gameplay for it, which is great because it essentially means that people who don't have a mole with the best mining lasers can actually do some, adequate mining. The vehicle experience team has begun testing the viability of cluster missiles and bombs. Which
my Talon strike shudders in anticipation.
Yeah, that's gonna be really fun for missiles, and it looks fun just in the little test footage they had. For bombs, as you can see in the test footage, it's well, they're still working on it. I remember they were saying how like it was the explosions of some of the bombs were displacing the other bombs and mid-flight.
Yeah, it was knocking them around like you would expect to happen for real.
Right. So they're going to work on it so that they're more synchronized, and this way they all fall and everything. So we got the Drake Vulture is undergoing its final art pass, and I gotta say it looks fantastic on the inside. Probably the nicest looking Drake ship we've gotten so far. For starters, the living quarters. I remember when I first was watching the Inside Star Citizen, I saw the living quarters. I'm like, damn, I want one just for the living quarters because this Cutlass Black sucks when it comes to living quarters. And come on, this thing's got a bathroom and a bed and a kitchen. What's my Cutlass got? A locker and a bed.
Yeah, but the Cutlass is like a rental U-Haul van.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does what it does.
True.
Does it do what it do? Dooby dooby doo?
If you want to live in it, then you're going to have to strap a refrigerator to the wall and, hang a bag from the ceiling and stick holes in the bottom for when you need a shower.
Mm-hmm. Wait, no, don't do that. Why are you sticking holes in the spaceship, man?
Look, don't ask questions.
Well, no, that's the whole point. Is you got to go down into app mode to take a shower.
Or you can just land somewhere and take a shower at actual facilities.
Whoa! You're talking
you and all
crazy
your
here.
technicalities, man.
We got the RSI Scorpius currently in gray box.
Not that.
And it looks good. I know a lot of people, don't like. The ship looks nice. I really don't care. Like, not that I don't care about the ship. It's not something I'm looking forward to or not looking forward to. It's a new ship. Cool.
Just admit it, Mando. You don't like it because it's, you know, reminds
No,
you of Star
I don't
Wars.
care about that. I love how the wings are actually I like how the wings are actually the Aurora wings. They're the same design as the wings on the Aurora, and I like how they're
Look,
using that.
I would love it if the Aurora wings actually like swept out at some point.
Yeah, I've
You mean
wanted
like
that since I
the
saw the ship.
Scorpius?
It would be really well. I mean, honestly, well, think of it this way. Think of it this way. If the Aurora had a atmospheric flight mode and a space flight mode, similar to how the fucking Eclipse does, it's supposed to have. It's not in yet, but it's supposed to have a separate flight mode for when it's in atmosphere versus when it's in space.
Yeah.
I think that'd be pretty cool to have.
As we can see
similar.
here, it does. Granted, it's a different ship entirely, but the ship reuses similar designed wings as Aurora Scorpius,
Not that.
and it's made by RSI as well. So I like that. That's the common design language there. And yes, it's supposed to be Star Citizen X. We got work on the Hull A continues with the team finalizing details for the cargo grid and its engine assembly, and looks good. I mean, we're probably gonna be seeing images of this consistently for like the next year, and it's not gonna be out for like another year. But hopefully I'm wrong with that, and we actually do see it this year, but I don't think we will. The Banu Merchantman is in early white box phase, and showed off some images of the moving geometry in there. The Drake Corsair. The Drake Corsair has begun development and is now in early white box as well. Which I did not think we'd be getting the Corsair anytime soon.
I think it's got a pretty big following, so
Oh, it totally does,
like,
but I just didn't expect to see it so soon. But again, it's just because every time they, you know, I'm still thinking with the old concept, where it's like, oh, they have a concept ship, and then we wait for it 7 years later.
yeah.
The environment team has tested several space clouds for the Lagrange points in the Pyro system. So, similar to how we have them in Stanton system, they're going for a bit more violent or enigmatic space clouds for the Pyro system's Lagrange points versus the more calm and serene of Stanton. And finally, the sprint report ended with outlaw space stations for the Pyro system are in white box phase, both interior and exterior. And that wraps up the Inside Star Citizen last week. Also, obviously, for anyone who, 3.16.1 is live. The new features that it comes with is new vehicle, the consolidated Outland hover quad that we ripped into last week. So check that episode for it. Derelict spaceships version 1, ship shield delay changes, quantum travel polish, increased scaling ratio payout per crime stat of target for player bounties, reduced Mustang Delta rocket pod damage, 24 bug fixes.
I feel like that's appeared before.
What?
Reducing the Mustang rocket pod damage.
I feel like it's always getting reduced, and I've never had any issues with it, and I fought a lot of Mustang Deltas. Granted, they were NPC Mustang Deltas, but I fought a lot of them, and I never had any troubles. So. But that's not to say others haven't. So. Be like, oh, well, I haven't any trouble, so therefore, like, that's not what I'm saying. 4 client and 6 server crashes fixed. And it's funny because I actually played 3.16.1 just before the live stream for the first time, and I actually crashed to desktop once. And when I loaded back in, my ship was inside Cellin, like inside the planet of Cellin. So, and I'm like, okay, so I'll just exit back to main menu and then log back in, right? That should fix it. Nope, I was not back at the last station I landed at, at my spawn to. I was still in my ship at Cellin, which is a good thing that it persisted. So what I ended up doing is jumping out of the ship and then in free fall just went back to the main. Not to claim the ship, but at least hopefully I shouldn't still be inside the moon.
See,
But
that's what you
all of
think.
my ship upgrades persisted. Just before 315, before 316, I guess went to 316.1. I upgraded my ship, everything. I upgraded the power supply, coolers, shield generators, and weapons. The only thing I didn't change were the missiles.
And now look at it.
And now it's great because I have I got railguns and attritions on it. And the railguns actually have 100 rounds per, well, just 100 rounds. So. And they're semi-auto. I have to click every time I fire, which I'm not really going to be running out of them or misfiring. Clicking whenever I think I got the good shots.
Clickety clack, schnickety schnacked.
Yep, that's I think that's really all that happened last week. No, it's not all that happened last week. Got two other things. We got the Lunar New Year 2022 event, or otherwise known as the 2952 Red Festival. Essentially, it's like Valentine's Day, but like for an entire month. From January 31st.
I thought it was celebrating the real world Chinese New Year.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes more sense given the colors, actually. But as because every year when
Better
they have the Valentine's, every time they have the
red.
Valentine's Day sale, it always coincides with this. But I guess that makes sense. But yeah, so from January 31st to February 15th, that's why, right there, it ends on Valentine's Day. So January to February, you got Red Festival, which includes some paints. You'll be able to find these red letters in the game around the cities and stations that you can sell for, I think, what, $500?
Probably. It used to be 1,000, just like
Used to.
the gifts, but they probably reduced those.
They reduced
or
it.
will
I heard someone
shortly.
saying 500, so I'm going with that. And if it's more or less, then I'm wrong and don't.
Then we'll have to beat you to death with a rubber pool noodle.
Nice. But yeah, Chinese New Year stuff. It's cool. Besides new lore and new events are always fun. It's nothing. There's no actual like gameplay stuff. It's just find this little red letter, this thing right here, sell it, and that's just like the presents, just like the Luminalia game.
How dare you? They're completely different. For one was a box. This is an envelope.
Well, you sell them all the same.
Details.
Hey, so would this make it a red letter day?
Indeed. By the way, don't forget your crowbar there, Gordon.
Go pick up that can.
Honestly, that was hilarious shit.
And also, so originally it was supposed to release last Friday, but it's been pushed back to this Thursday, and Xenothreat 3.0. So Xenothreat's coming back, hopefully refined. It's this Thursday, hopefully. They don't push it back
Thursday at the Superdome.
I love Xenothreat. It's definitely the best event that they made so far.
Oh yeah. I hope we get something to rival it soon, because I would like more of that kind of thing, but it is good.
Yeah, because the next best thing is Ninetales Lockdown, and
Yeah.
it's really the next best thing, but it's not a rival.
Not even close.
No. And really, the only reason I would say it's the next best thing is just because of the massive fleet battle at the end, where you're fighting like 20 hammerheads at once, and like all hell breaks loose. Plus, the atmosphere of Crusader L1, like the gas clouds, there are definitely more interesting. I know, Jericho. Like the brighter blues and orange definitely look better than the thickly green, black.
How dare you?
Yeah, and for anyone who doesn't know, Phase 1 is essentially jump down tier. That's it. Phase 2 is really when the event starts, like when there's actual action and gameplay to do. Because Phase 1 is literally just you're gonna have a video popping up everywhere in the game from these this terrorist group called Xenothreat, where they're like anti-alien, kill everyone.
They literally want the UEE to go and pretty much kill aliens on sight.
Xenothreat, a human outlaw group based in the Pyro system, known for its violently anti-alien, anti-UEE. So Phase 1 is already just they're here. Phase 2 is we have to go find these wrecks that they killed, that they blew up, that were ferrying supplies to naval base. We have to then take the supplies and ferry them to the naval base, and you get paid for delivering them and selling them there. And then Phase 3 is just okay, Javelin's all supplied up.
Kill.
You get to escort it and then help it fight off the rest of those threat forces. And then repeat process for a number of days.
Weeks, months, years.
Hard to believe this event came out last year.
Yeah, but
It was
definitely
this time last year, wasn't it? End of January, early February.
It was supposed to be December, but it got delayed.
Yeah.
And it was January.
Yeah, it was 3/12/1. That's awesome.
Definitely good stuff.
Yeah. So Phase 1, the Civilian Defense Force has intercepted a transmissions. Yeah, that's the transmission thing that you see everywhere. It's definitely a fun event. We've done it so many times.
Also, too, it doesn't usually net you a good amount of money.
It really does.
Like, you can make $1 million in a day from it or more.
And I'm very glad that they made this little image here. So this way, you have like an official kind of breakdown of the event and where it's going to be. So you know, okay, like I'd recommend for anyone who plans on doing this event and hasn't done it before, head to Microtech L1, MIC L1, because it is the closest location that you can spawn at, near INS Jericho, and just makes getting to and from the event. Plus, Microtech L1 has a good weapons shop and armor shop for the FPS action on the Rex. And we have, and I'm glad because I remember when the event first started last year, I'm like, I want to see these crates that we have to ferry used in regular missions, like without the event. And they did do that with the green ones because they're timed. Like after a while, they'll expire. But I want to see the same with the blue ones because the blue ones are explosive. It's not so much. It's kind of, I guess, like Quantanium where it's unstable. And then there's the yellow crates.
Unstable.
Yellow crates, you couldn't use quantum travel. So you had to fly the distance. Now, if they're ever going to make missions based around that, they better make them freaking local and not. You have to fly 1,000 kilometers. Have fun.
That's the best part.
I mean, it's doable, but it's going to take a while. You're going to be bored out of your.
Yeah, had worse.
I can see a feasible way of doing that, implying a mission where you have to use the yellow crates, the blue one, the Krilliplex. But the yellow ones, I don't remember what they're called. But if you had like, okay, you have to ferry a large amount of them, a quantity of like 200 SCU or something like that. Like it's like you have like a fleet of caterpillars that you have to ferry, right? Like they're flying the distance from, you know, outpost A to outpost B, and it's 1,000 kilometers. You have to escort them or whatever, right? Like it's an escort mission, and you're being attacked, and you have to make sure they don't get shot and stuff like that. But that's not really a delivery mission at that point, is it? But yeah, that's really all the Star Citizen news we have.
Quiet week.
However, it is not a quiet week for non-Star citizens. But before we leave Star Citizen, I have to put the compass on screen. Right, call sign?
I have a dream.
I have a meme.
I have a spleen.
Not for long.
You don't need all of it, right?
Huh?
Alright, well, that's really it with Star Citizen. Moving on to...
Oh, just before you move on, one last possible note. With everything that's going on with them moving people to England,
Oh, yeah.
there is potential that our normal process of getting something about mid-February, as far as like a new roadmap and what to expect for the year, there is that potential that also may get a little bit delayed, and that their excuse for that would be, well, we've got people moving, so we haven't been able to get everybody in the meeting room at the same time, so things are going to be delayed a little bit further. So there is potential that we may actually be in March before we get a new roadmap. Just just an FYI for people who are listening
For all
that
three
might be
people who are
holding their
listening.
breath.
You mean all 0? Alright, so at least we know, just keep heads up, it's not going to be instantaneous. Knowing CIG especially.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like, they've been making progress, but it's been slow progress. But it is progress.
Yep. Though?
Look at the game last year to this year, or the year before that, and this year.
Not that, anything with
Or
that.
a month ago in this, and well, maybe not a month ago, but 6 months ago. Hold on here, this will be a better give compass for. There. Alright, so yeah, that anything else with Star Citizen, or was that really was it? I didn't watch the Star Citizen live. What did they talked more about the derelicts, right? So
That was basically just an artwork thing.
Yeah,
Like
it was some guy doing concept artwork on the derelicts.
that's not always that's usually fun though. Okay, actually, where they're just drawing it out. I like this kind of stuff, but it's not really. Maybe yeah. Okay, it is pretty cool. Actually.
It's interesting for people that like art and like to see how concept artists work on things. But
Right, but it is just concept art. It's not like they're making the models
yeah,
in the game and you're watching
right.
it live. It's
Yeah, he was literally drawing a single picture and just taking you through the process of drawing that one picture. It wasn't like these are all the different concepts that we have or anything like that. It didn't
just sharing ideas of how they're making
it didn't broaden their horizon of any of the derelict ideas that they're going with. It just kind of was here's a guy drawing a picture.
It was just showing you pretty much what you kind of already saw in the inside Star Citizen. It was just showing you how they made the stuff inside.
But apparently, in that episode, we found out that Jay Lee has been promoted to I can't even remember the exact technical term for it, but basically, he's the head character, like art director for Squadron 42 now. So,
okay.
He'll basically, if you don't like the way people look in Squadron 42, you can blame him.
If you do like how they look, then you can blame him as well.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, the character faces wise. I mean, most of the characters, at least the important ones, are actual named actors, so they're gonna look like them. But the other characters, They seem to be doing a good job of just creating random faces.
Well, no, I think he's going to be responsible for like all the
Or,
stuff
like
that
the
they're
armor
wearing.
and clothing and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out, like, that's not what he's really doing. He's not doing the faces and the actual character faces and stuff like that. He's doing like the clothing, the armor, the aesthetics for that armor, like that.
But I barely know her.
Oh, that guy's armor looks horrible. Yeah, you can. That's not. That would be his fault, not the character's face. But he does make good designs. It's not bad. It's just, some of the stuff does look. It does look like it's all made by the same thing. But again, we can only judge the armor concepts and the actual armors in the game in the view. Squadron's already going to have different armors for military characters, like the Squadron 42 pilot outfit. Not in the PU, you can't get that. I wonder if you'll be able to have it though once you play, like if you play Squadron and then go into the PU, maybe have it.
No idea.
The equivalent of keeping your. Well, until 20, someone's watching apparently. Talon29 says, "Good to see you, Cast in the Shadows." Oh, good to see you too, Talon. Yeah, so we got NFT bullshit this week, and a lot of it. Cam, you want to take the stage on reminding people on what an NFT is and why they shouldn't get involved?
Wait, let me go and pull up the fucking comic I found earlier.
I mean, if you've got enough money that you're okay with, throwing your money out the window and letting the wind take it, then go for it. NFTs are your thing.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the NFTs in video games,
Fuck that.
to me, it just seems like a scam.
Oh, it is.
Well, look, Amanda, look at this picture and tell me I'm wrong, and then show it on stream. Wait, no, not that picture. No, I'm kidding.
Yep. You know, there's another way of calling that.
A
It's
scam?
not only called NFTs, it's called money laundering.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, it's because it's not bad. It's apparently not bad enough that we have worse than gambling bullshit in video games and just monetization in games where you're paying real money for things that have no real value. But now we're gonna have things that turn games essentially into stock trading and money laundering. And for things that are essentially it's just a JPEG. It's a image on the internet. You can, like how someone can take a screen capture of this second of the video right now and there you have it. Like, but we have an NFT of this. Like, no, like that. It's just a nonsensical concept. I
Aren't
honestly
all
can't see
concepts nonsensical?
Yes, but I can't see how what practical application it has aside from scamming people out of their money, which I guess is the only application it has. And Ubisoft kind of maybe didn't start it, but made headlines with their whole Ubisoft quartz and digits and whatever from Ghost Recon Breaking Point, as I like to call it, because it's such a horrible game, but already has horrible in-game monetization, predatory, and just it's bad.
I will say this: NFTs by themselves, I think, have a place in the world, because if an artist actually creates a digital artwork and wants to be able to sell that, I think that's where NFTs come into play,
Right,
and I think that makes sense in their. Sorry?
I was gonna say, how is that any different than just making a poster and selling?
Well, making a what?
Like a poster or image or whatever. Like, how is that?
Well, let's say Jay Lee, draws a digital design and he doesn't want to actually print it out, but it's a one of a kind. He he created it on his tablet, and he only has had it on his tablet, but he decides that he wants to sell it. That's where I could see an NFT, because he does an original artwork of his own design, and then he creates it into an NFT and says, does anyone think this is worth some money? Offer me money and I'll give it to you. And the NFT is a way of keeping that an original item. So that aspect of NFT is a good thing. But where I draw the line is, I don't think NFTs should be coming into the gaming community,
No.
because now you're basically just creating another loot box 2.0, and that's
But
where
essentially that's what it is. The way
What
all
they're
these companies
doing is trying to turn digital art into an investment.
yeah.
Yeah, and also what they're doing is they're trying to turn NFTs into the next loot box, because they're realizing, hey, look, all these government bodies, Germany, the UK, US, they're all starting to notice, and eventually will take action against loot boxes in video games. So they're like, well, this is going to be our fill-in for that money, essentially the money drain, right? Because it's pouring in money, loot boxes.
Their
Despite
newest
how
loophole.
bad they are, they still rake in, like FIFA Ultimate Team, right? EA makes billions of dollars from that.
But take NFT out away from the gaming community, and I see that it has its own place. And as long as you are well informed, and everything's on the up and up, I see where NFT has a place, for those people who are creating that digital art that actually is, one of a kind, unique, and not the product of, a game engine creation type thing. It's
right, like
somebody sat
Source
down and
Engine or
actually
whatever.
drew it out.
Yeah.
Then to me, that's
Like what I
worthy
do.
of the title of art.
Like what I do, pretty much. I'm not using a game engine. I'm just doing it all by hand, or it's, in some cases, keyboard and mouse. Really just typing in numbers. But yeah.
But you guys all, everything you guys are bringing up is, just shows what a can of worms that NFT can be, completely, because there's so many different interpretations of, what is art? How do you define art? How do you make art? What tools do you use to create it? Blah, 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 blah. Like,
and that's another thing too, is video games themselves used to be art, but they're turning them into essentially a business endeavor.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't be. Games are art. It's something to do to have fun. It's a game. It's supposed to be a form of escapism, right? And that's what you're supposed to just lose yourself, forget the problems of the real world and have some fun in a video game for a little while. Not I'm
that
going into
all
the video
goes
game
out the window
to then trade stocks in the video game about this little image or whatever, cryptocurrency, crypto-based technology, and was blockchain technology. Like that's not what a video game is. It's not what a game is, video or otherwise.
But here's the thing, Mando. Wall Street doesn't give a shit about your opinion.
No, of course not. They care about profits above all else. It's essentially which is why you look at the quality of games over the last, I'd say, going on 10 years now, right? Just arbitrary number, but I'm gonna say 10 years. You look at the quality of games, and they're going down. But we're getting more. Essentially, we're getting more of the same, and the same is less.
And the flames rose higher.
Right? I mean, we're getting more of the same is less, right? We're getting more live service and copycats of each other of the games, and there's no variety, right? Everyone's becoming a Twitch shooter where we run around headless. There's no. We talked about that during the whole Battlefield 2042 thing, when that game released, and everyone was complaining, rightfully so, complaining about it, because it was in a broken state. It was a horrible, you shouldn't launch a game like that. But of course, brand recognition and money, and who gives a shit? So after Ubisoft unveiled their whole NFT stuff in Ghost Recon Breaking Point, I know it's called Breakpoint, but I like to call it Breaking Point because of how awful it is. They had obviously negative feedback, and then eventually Castlevania made their own NFT thing, but the feedback from Ubisoft about Ubisoft's NFTs, like from fans and players, actually made Sega rethink their NFTs. Like, maybe we shouldn't. But here's an interview with Ubisoft response to angry NFT Digits and Quartz reaction. So apparently Finder talks to Nicholas Pord. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. Nicholas, VP of Ubisoft Strategic Innovations Lab. A contradiction of terms, isn't it? About the launch of Ubisoft Quartz and the Digits NFTs. So on December 7th of 2021, Ubisoft became the first big-name game developer to publicly enter the NFT space. The launch of the Ubisoft Digits NFT and the Quartz platform did not go down well. Gamer feedback was negative to the point of aggressive. Gamers, as gamers are wont to do. Big names in the games, in game press, were also tepid in their analysis, one way or the other. This was a landmark moment in game. I understand why gamers are wary, but I personally do not share the anger. In fact, I was excited by the launch of Quartz and Digits, albeit asterisk. I assume this is the writer and not the vice president, because yeah, okay, so here I'm just gonna skip down to all this. This is just got the writer's intro.
Oh,
Here are the questions. Here's the
you got to remember, most of the gaming writers out there right now,
they get money.
they're
from all
not
this
doing
shit,
it because they're unbiased. Usually somebody's paying their paycheck.
No, honestly, all the media bias already. It'll be a rare find to find an outlet that's not biased, or at least not extremely biased. True to the ownership, not just a product, but a stake in gaming ecosystems we create through playing community is a future with positive potential if done right. If promises are kept, I don't agree with that. There shouldn't be any type of ecosystem aside from just the points you earn by playing the game, to like old school games, to then play to get more stuff to play further in the game. Aside from that, there should be no any type of ecosystems and shit in video game. Especially when you think, again, games are for kids as well as adults. Video games. So whatever you're putting in this game, kids are going to have access to. You want kids to have access to essentially money laundering and stock trading in your video game? I mean, they do, because they'll see it as kids being stupid and they'll get free money essentially. Ubisoft interview, Nicholas, some other guy. I'm not even trying to pronounce these. I presented my fears to the vice president of Ubisoft Strategic Innovations Lab and the man leading the charge on Quartz and Digits to see how he would respond to the hate that his product has generated. This is what he had to say with the help of Didier. I'm going to try. Didier Genevos, Ubisoft's blockchain technical director. The fact that they have a blockchain technical director at all is already. Note, this interview was conducted in English, which is a second language for both of Ubisoft people that were. I'm sorry, I just suck with names. Gamer feedback to. So here's one of the questions. Gamer feedback to the Ubisoft Quartz and Digits launch has been generally negative. What has the feedback told you about the prospects of mainstream NFT success? VP of Ubisoft NFTs, for lack of a better term, or innovations or whatever, says, well, it was a reaction we were expecting. We know it's not an easy concept to grasp, but Quartz is really just the first step that should lead to something bigger, something that will be more easily understood by our players. That's why we think about it and why we will keep experimenting. We will keep releasing features and services around this first initiative. And our belief is that piece by piece, the puzzle will be revealed and understood by our players. We hope they will better understand the value we offer them, of course, because we know better.
And of course, everyone else is a bunch of fucking idiots. Just do as we say, sit down, shut up. Pretty much on the spot. Oh. Well.
Next, then the interviewer about, you spoke in your presentation about improving the relationship with players. If that is your goal with Quartz, it must be quite frustrating to see the feedback you've received. Same guy responding this time saying, it's part of the process. I would say it's reaction we are accustomed to. Gee, I wonder why. I think it's great because it shows how engaged our players are and how passionate they are about their hobby and gaming in general. And looking at that, I think it's reassuring somehow. It shows that our players love what we do and love Ubisoft's ability to offer good games. So that's cool. Ubisoft, in my opinion, hasn't made a good game. Okay, maybe 8 years. That's my opinion. Obviously, others will differ, but so obviously, I'm not believing that last part. He continues saying, still, obviously, we are a bit frustrated, yes, but I think overall it's okay, and it's something we can really understand. We so strongly believe we are doing with Quartz and Digits goes in the right direction. We will keep, of course, for
Meaning
them,
profit.
For them, it goes in the right direction. For us, not so much. So we will keep integrating. Obviously, listening to what our fans are telling us. Really, they're listening?
Bullshit.
And how they're telling us. Oh, okay. As we go, so that we can also adapt what we're doing and where we're going. So that's the next move, to make sure that we're doing what we're doing will make even more sense to game. I mean, it makes sense.
Again, it's this idea that we know what's best for you. You all need to just sit down, shut up, take whatever we give you, and be fucking happy we're even talking to you. Right?
Kasan, you want to go, or are you going in 10 minutes?
That was saying I got about 10 minutes left.
Oh.
Right. But yeah, no, this is essentially just like, it's just a load of bullshit. They're listening. If they were listening, then they would just drop the Quartz thing altogether, right?
Have you ever seen a company invest a bunch of time, effort, and money into a new product line, launch it, see it fall flat on its face, and then go, oh yeah, no, we were totally wrong. We totally fucked that up.
That's why they're trying to salvage it with
this.
That's why they're trying to salvage it with this interview. Hell, look at like Google Stadia, right? That thing was destined to fail before it even started.
Well,
and then when it
the other thing that this thing has going for it is, it's obviously a way of making money, whether it's right or wrong. If they can do it, if they can get it working, it's a money stream.
Yeah.
Which means no matter how many times they try and do it and it fails, they're going to keep coming back to try and do it. Version A, version B, version B1.2, sub version 3. Like, they're just going to keep trying over and over again because there's that opportunity for money, and they're never going to be able to let that go. So, unfortunately, because of that, you're never going to get an honest answer out of them.
No.
That like, oh yeah, no, we messed this up. It's always going to be a spin and deflection.
Of course,
So,
we saw that recently with a interview by Eurogamer with EA and how they're defending loot boxes, FIFA, and the interviewer was asking like the hard questions that no one really asks EA, and the guy the EA guy that was answering them was kind of just like, no, that's not what it is. Like, essentially just completely bullshitting, like literally lying out of his ass in this interview. But again, because that's what's going to help continue making money for them, not telling you the truth. Because if they tell you the truth, then you're going to realize, oh, this is not good. We should not support this. But you're always going to have more, like, this is going to make money either way, because you're always going to have three things that'll help make money. The morons that just don't know better. Or do know, but don't care. The people that can't help themselves because they have addictions, whether it be like the gambling and the in-game monetization stuff, like they're the prey.
There's a hard question to ask. So with loot boxes and all this kind of shit, how are you working to go and avoid or disengage people who are addicted to this stuff?
Right, because that's the thing is there are people that fall prey.
There are top whales.
It reminds me of the cigarette companies,
Yeah.
Hey, you're addicted to nicotine? Yeah,
Excellent.
we really care about you. Here's a pack of cigarettes.
I was about to say, like, yeah, here, have more. This will help your addiction because you'll die faster.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't mean to sound as negative as I do, but like that's why this kind of stuff
Right, because
doesn't
we're all
interest
jolly
me
and
because
positive here.
there's. Sorry.
I said right because we're all jolly and positive about this.
Well, my whole take on it is like, it's wrong. Everybody knows it's wrong, except for those groups of people that you described. Which, let's face it, you can't help them. Like it's kind of like a drug addict. Like you can try and help a drug addict all you want, but they're going to burn you until they reach a point in their own life where they finally realize for themselves, oh shit, look what I've done. I need help. And only then will anything that you do be constructive. Until then, they're just going to use and abuse you. And, to me, like the way these companies are operating is like, there's nothing we can do or say that's actually going to stop them unless you want to take this like to the legal court system. And
again, good luck.
Yeah,
right, because
and
they have the
nobody
money
has the money to be able to do that. So that's why I basically just avoid these stories because there's absolutely nothing that can be done positive, about them. And even pointing it out to other people is kind of like you just end up rehashing the same arguments over and over and over again, or voicing your same frustration over and over again.
Well, there is the hope that you're reaching the people that either just say there's two groups of I probably shouldn't say morons, but there's the people that know better or don't know better and just don't care and whatever. They'll do it because they don't, they enjoy it or they're whatever it is. It can't be helped. But then there are people that do not know better.
And I should know.
But once they do know, they're like, oh, okay, like because they just didn't know. So there's the uninformed, and then there's the morons. I guess it would be a clarification. So hopefully this reaches the uninformed. If people already know and are watching, well, I guess now you know again. Sorry, but
well, I should note though, for NFTs, what if someone wants to go and just be like, hey, I want to buy one for whatever money they throw down because I think it's neat. Hey, okay, you do you. If you want to spend your money on it, great. However, for the most part, if you actually go and break down this idea, like actually think about it here, what is the draw? What is the point behind NFT? Like the actual underlying foundational point. The idea behind it is you're going to make money off it. That's the whole point. It's a unique digital purchase that's somehow tied to you, that somehow other people can't go and copy. They can, but the idea is that it's something that's going to give you a return on investment on whatever you spend, whether it's $12, $1,000 or more, that it's somehow going to earn you money in the future because you're going to sell to someone else because it's somehow it's FOMO. It's fake shit. What does it stand for again?
Fear of missing out.
Yeah. It's fear of missing out. It's this idea that it's unique, and because it's unique, it has value. Thing of it is, it only has value if you can convince someone it's worth something. And that's really what we're seeing. We're seeing a huge media push that it's worth something.
It's got all it has is social value. That's all it is. It has social value, which is the more people you can get to believe in it, the more value it has. But if the people you're dealing with find a new shiny bright thing to stare at, guess what? Your thing no longer has any value. It's gone. And that's what I think a lot of people don't realize about NFTs is it only has social value. You're equating social value to dollar value, which is absolutely wrong thing to do if you're smart with your money.
Well, I don't know. You can't really say if you're smart with money because there's a bunch of people that are making a whole bunch of money off of it because they know how to manipulate other people into thinking that what they have has value.
I think so we should say it's not that if you're smart with your money, but just if you're smart.
Yeah.
And you're not the one manipulating people.
It's really the idea is that there's a parallel you can draw from this to the Chinese their real estate market. There's a problem right now going on in the Chinese economy because there's no real way for people there to invest their money into something that'll grow because the government restrictions. So they put it into real estate, and the real estate prices right now are ridiculously high compared to anywhere else in the world. And the whole idea behind it is that you're going to buy this real estate property, mostly apartments, and the way it's going to make money is that you're going to sell it to someone else later on for more money. It's the idiot idea that someone else there's a bigger idiot down the line that's going to buy it for more money than you're spending on it, and it creates this massive bubble because eventually you're not going to find a bigger idiot, and everybody the price is going to drop dramatically, and everybody's going to lose that holds that property.
Well, that's what we went through in the U.S. in 2008.
Exactly. Japan went through the same thing also.
Yeah. So I mean, it's happened elsewhere. It'll happen again. It's just this is this version reaching into the gaming community, and hopefully the gaming community is smart enough. I don't think they are, but hopefully they are smart enough to just say no, get the F out of here. We don't want this. But I have a feeling that with things like you're seeing Star Citizen raising $500 million, I think just money is being seen finally from the outside as opportunity. And I think the vultures are now looking at the gaming community of, how can we get that money out of them?
Well, they've been looking at it for a while. And that's the problem is they've normalized monetization in video games, like with cosmetic monetization and all this stuff, which is predatory. I don't care if it's only cosmetic, doesn't affect gameplay. That's bullshit. It affects the game. It's in the game. It affects the game. And
I would argue that NFTs are not the same as monetization.
No, but it's the fact that it is still monetized and it's in a video game and it shouldn't be. And my point is that they normalize monetization so that people are more soft and more likely to tolerate more of this monetization bullshit.
Well, in some ways NFTs have been around for a while because there was the super rare stuff that you could get in Counter-Strike that was going for like $1,000 for some extremely rare knife that you could get. In a way, that knife is an NFT. It only has value because people attribute value to it.
I'm not a fan of that. And that's been
I
for a while. But it was contained there, and everyone hated it there too.
The problem is there are people that are willing to pay money for it, and then everybody else sees that this one person made $1,000 off of this one item, and then everybody else wants to get a piece of it. It's kind of like the same thing that happened with Bitcoin, where the price jumped up to $20,000. Everybody else is like, "Wow, it has a 2,000% increase in profit. Let's all go grab it." And they poured their life savings into it, and then the price went down because people were like,
because it's like stocks.
Well, this isn't as valuable as we thought it was. And once the price started to drop, people panicked and they tried to get out, and it was a huge mess. And the same thing is going to happen with NFTs.
It follows the same baseline as anything else involving money, and that is supply and demand.
Yep.
But the problem
on that note, I got to bail out on you guys.
All right.
So I will see you all next week.
Yeah.
Good talking with you. Have fun.
All right. See you later.
Yeah.
Bye.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. And also, what I don't like is that look at the type of stuff we're just talking about right now. And the fact is, because it's in a video game, we shouldn't even be talking about this at all because it shouldn't be in a video game. But here we are.
Yeah, it's just everybody trying to jump on the bandwagon and make as much money off of it as they can.
Right.
And that is the overall problem.
Yeah, because
everyone else who doesn't do their research doesn't realize what they're getting into, and a lot of people are going to get burned by it real bad. There's going to be a few really big losers, and then winners. And then there's going to be a bunch of losers. losers.
Right. Well, what's that old saying? There's only one president of the United States, but there's thousands of factory workers.
I've never actually heard that before.
No, it was. I think it was from. I think George Lopez. His mother was like, "You shouldn't like, because as a kid, I want to be this, I want to be that, right?" It's like, well, no, because there's only one president, but there's hundreds of factory workers.
Yeah.
It was a hilarious show, and the point is the mother is horrible. But that's the sad reality. Like, so there's going to be only a few winners and a shit ton of losers. But you can avoid being the loser or even the winner and just be out of the game essentially by just doing the research. And we cannot, the three of us cannot stress that enough. People, do your own research.
I mean, if you're smart enough to be able to play the stock game and win, then chances are you'll be able to do the same thing with NFTs.
Yeah,
but
and that's
if
the
you're
problem.
afraid of the
It is
stock
literally
market
just
because
it's stocks and
you
video
don't
games.
understand it, then NFTs are exactly the same thing, except that these NFTs are based off of arbitrary value, and they have no other value other than what people attribute to it.
And there's a visual to add to it where there really isn't. So like that's really it. Like whereas you'd have the logo of a company in the stock, here it's the little image that it's like. But again, it's the same. That's the problem. Is that you're essentially having trading stocks and stock market in a video game. Video games are not a business. I mean, it's a business in that you make a game and sell it. Like you make a product and sell it in any type of. That's a business in itself. But video games.
You can look at Diablo 3 when they had their real money stock or marketplace. How crazy that went overboard, and they had to shut it down because there were people that were getting hurt pretty bad, and
people that were
buying and selling
it and abusing it, and
in-game items that have no real value other than people think, "Wow, this is really good. I want that," and it doesn't end well for most people.
And that's the problem that I personally have with monetization in video games as a whole. It's just that none of this stuff has real-world value. The game itself, like a game, has real-world value because you play it and have fun. You can give it to someone else to play, at least back in the day. But things in the video game do not have real world value, and they should not have any money value attributed to it as such.
I have a slightly different opinion when it comes to cosmetic items. Someone spent time to make that. So if you as a person say, "Hey, I like that and I want to spend, 50 cents or $1 to get some cosmetic item," that's a personal choice. And it's something that you want because you enjoy it. It's not something that you're trying to turn around and sell for profit later. I think there is room for like DLC content, but
if you're going to charge, because again, they call them microtransactions, but they're anything but. If you're going to do that, then you don't charge $1 more. You charge less than $1.
It just depends on the company that's doing it. And I mean, some people have the expendable income where it doesn't matter. Some people don't. The people who don't need to have enough mental control to say, well, this is just something that I want, not something that I need, and say no. Some people don't have that, and that's where the issue lies, right? Where a company takes advantage of people's inability to say no. But I do think there's still a place for microtransactions, cosmetic items, that sort of thing.
I mean, maybe there is, but the way as it is right now, I don't see it. I don't see that there is, at least as of right now. Maybe if someone down the line, if a new solution to that problem is made, but until then, I don't think they should be.
Look at Star Citizen. I don't buy any of their cosmetics, but I don't have a problem with them selling them to some people who want them.
Well, my problem is because they're there, they're going to build the game around then selling those cosmetics, like you.
Well, I don't think Star Citizen's gonna do that.
No, not Star Citizen, but and the thing is also Star Citizen. That's crowdfunding. It's similar but different. That's a whole other topic because that's.
I mean, it is similar and it is different, but at the same time, you can look at microtransactions for other companies as crowdfunding. Just it is essentially crowdfunding. It's just you're not getting anything
have an
back
actual
from that
product
company
to sell and make revenue off of, aside from the JPEGs of ships at the moment, which
Well, I'm
Look,
not talking
I'm
about
not.
NFTs here. I'm
We've
talking
talked
about just
about that. I'm not
typical
a fan of the
cosmetic
concept shifting,
transactions.
but and they're not going to be doing that once the game is out. At least they said as much.
What if they lied?
Well, who knows? Only time will tell. But
Those
with most of the
bastards.
AAA game companies, 343, Microsoft, Activision, Blizzard, EA, Bethesda, Bungie, Ubisoft, they're building their systems around the monetization aspect so that they can nickel and dime you. Like, hey, you want this thing, you have to buy it, and then they make the games more grindier and stuff like that. That's the problem. That's why I don't like it, because you have it and it opens the door for manipulation. Versus if it's not there at all, then you don't have to worry about it.
Yep.
And that's the problem. And as we've seen with these companies, and as we're seeing now, like, you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You give them an inch with the cosmetic monetization, they're going to take a mile and monetize other things. Or just as I already said, they're going to make it so that the monetization of those cosmetics is what this game's about, as opposed to game.
Yep. See, to me though, the easy solution to that is just people say, "Well, that's not worth it to me. I'm not going to buy it," and then it goes away because it's not profitable.
Well, but it doesn't go away because you have too many people who are all too willing, who have grown up with it. Who I mean, we're all
become the
we're
norm.
over 25, right?
Yeah.
We grew up seeing games that did not have this kind of monetization. I mean, for example, look at Halo 2, Halo 3, pretty much every Halo up until Halo Infinite here, you would
No,
have
Halo 5 was
customization in the
loot box
multiplayer
galore.
that you unlock either by doing in-game stuff, or you do some achievements, you get some XP by playing the multiplayer, and you eventually unlock it. That kind of stuff, you unlock it by doing. Now it's all just money, money, money. In this day of Fortnite skins and PlayerUnknown's Battleground, where everything is unlocked through your wallet instead of through playing, that is the new default. And you have a generation of kids seeing these games that's all they've ever known. And so they're perfectly fine with it, because it's like, they hear us oldsters going, well, that's not how it should be. Games these days, blah blah blah, and they're like, whatever, old timer. This is the new age, and they buy. It's like, but the companies have to make money somehow. It's like, but they're the ones
like how they
choosing.
used to,
For example,
made a
Halo
game.
Infinite. They're the ones who chose to make it free to play, specifically to reach a more wider market for their microtransactions, right?
And
It's
that's how you
like
got the free-to-play games, and that's the problem with mobile games too, where the gacha style monetization, where it's essentially, let's make the game free, so that then we essentially make you. It's like when it's free, it's really fee to play, because yes, you can play it without paying. Like, I played, I think, a total of 3 hours on Halo Infinite, and I uninstalled it. Like, this was back in before November ended, but. I mean, I played it. I'm not spending a dime. I don't spend money in games because I don't, as I said, don't believe in that shit. And I don't have to do that, right? But not everyone is like us, that they have the constitution to resist that shiny objects, right? Or with the mentality of, oh, I want to support the devs, so I give them money for this cosmetic. Which, yes, I understand that. Like, especially being an artist and selling my work, I understand that. But at the same time, you'd think if you don't have a movie or TV show or something like, oh, here's a TV show and you're paying for the extra episode. No, if you, like, say you're selling the TV show as like a series bundle, right? It's all on DVD or whatever. That you're not paying per episode, you're paying for the whole season or whole series, depending on.
But now they are going
the
to charge
collection
per
is.
episode.
And if you're watching it via like a streaming service, it's part of the service, and they're hopefully getting paid appropriately for their work through the streaming service and however they get paid from that. And maybe these aren't the best examples, but essentially, you should have a finished quality product. And even if it's not a good product, like, say it's like a pretty mediocre game, at least it's finished, and it's able to be sold on its own merits. Like, say it's a $20 game, right? Like a what's face. Here's a good example. Ever play Dusk on Steam? I think that game's
Nope.
like, I think it's like $18 to $20, somewhere around there. That's it. Like, and it's a great, and it's a fun game. It's like a Doom style game, and I love it. And, you know, there's also, and like the Outer Worlds. The Outer Worlds is another good, like, obviously that's sold for a bit more, but you know, that followed the old style of games where it's a complete game and just it was sold for a flat fee, and that was it. And then they made DLC that were added story components, and you can purchase those if you want, but you're not really. It's not that you're not missing that. It's not, the game is complete on its own. It's a complete game. It's just add-on versus finishing it through DLC, like all the live service games.
Really, what we see these days, and this is pretty much every single AAA game company, and most smaller ones are of course following suit, because how can they not? But it's no longer release a finished product, or that, hey, we're going to, the customer in itself never even enters the question. If anything, you know, if the person who is purchasing your product enters their equation at all, it's how much can we scam them for? The idea of how can you rip them off? It's not, it's inherently entering the equation from a perspective of inherent dishonesty, I would really say. Because you say one thing, I mean, you know, how all these companies going saying, oh, NFTs are going to be the next big thing, and we you know, we just know that you guys really do want it, even though you're saying you aren't, so we're going to keep doing bullshit, bull fucking shit. And like I said, it's pretty much every company out there. There is an inherent dishonesty in all of their communication to us, the public, to us, the consumer, that they want, because then they can go and say one thing while they do another, knowing full well what they're saying is false. And they'll never apologize for it. They'll simply just keep doing what they're doing, because, and like I said, if there was still, and it's not everyone at a company either. Like I'm sure for the most part, most developers are genuinely trying to make a good product. Look at Cyberpunk 2077. All the developers were going and saying to the higher ups, do not release, this is not ready, this is not a finished product, there's a huge number of bugs still. No, do not do this. Higher ups, we're fucking releasing. Got to get it in at this. Yeah, we already planned entirely around producing it this time. Screw reality. Numbers say do this. You know, look at that. Your name, you know, your name, which used to be gold, is now mud. At least for the most part. And we'll see what the future holds for Cyberpunk. I noticed that by and large, CD Projekt Red has been pretty fucking quiet on it. Hopefully that means they're going to try to pull a No Man's Sky, but even the fact that it's now becoming this idea of a come from behind from a horrible release, well, stop doing fucking horrible releases in the first place. But because all these game companies are being ruled by the first, last, and only factor is just how much money can we squeeze out of people before we drop that one, move on to the next scam. I won't even call them products. Like I said, it's approaching the entire conversation from the get-go from a point of dishonesty. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I think the real issue is that our society has turned into an entertainment driven society. Everybody has things that they want. It's all about the entertainment. And that is why companies are doing what they're doing, because there's money to be made out of it.
I think that says more about the society, doesn't it? Like the world is so bad
Oh,
that
yeah.
we need to rely on escapism just to survive. Which, granted, I mean that is totally understandable and in some cases necessary to survive. But the fact that just the reality is so bad that you need escapism, and then you have the same people that are or similar people affecting reality now destroying your escapism too. It's like, crap. Where do you go? You're essentially cornered with nothing to do to keep you sane.
I'm not sure that I agree that everything's so bad you need escapism to survive.
True.
It's
No, I'm
entertainment
not
is
saying
kind
that
of
is.
like
I'm
an
saying that is kind
NFT
of where.
all its own,
No, but I'm
right?
saying that's kind of what it seems like. Where it's like if you need, they're making it where you're going to need one or the other. Like you're gonna need one for the other when you shouldn't.
No, it's people
Uh,
think that they need it. They don't actually need it. It's like
Mhm.
someone who wants a really big screen TV. They think I need that TV, but you don't need that TV. Just everybody else has one, or maybe some people have one. You want one,
True.
so you lie to yourself and say I have to get one of those, but you don't really have to get one of those. It's something that you just want. The same thing. It's true with entertainment. You might look at a game and say, "Well, that is an awesome game. I need that game," but you don't. That game is just entertainment. It's a way to spend some time and have some fun. But that's not something that you have to have. I think
that's true.
really the problem is people don't have enough mental maturity to be able to separate the two things. And companies realize that this is the way society is going. People just attribute value to entertainment because it's something that they think that they have to have. And yeah, as a company that's out there to make money, they have found a way to make money off of this idea. And that is the underlying problem. It's like people want entertainment, they think they have to have it, and they become easily manipulated.
And there's nothing wrong with wanting entertainment, though.
No, there isn't. But if people were taught how to separate what they need versus what they want, then it would be very easy for someone to look at
I think
a
the
game that has
cons
all these
the
microtransactions and see all these skins and say, well, this is just a waste of money. I don't need any of those things to have fun in this game. And if those things are required for me to play a game, then I don't need to play that game. It's not going to be that great.
That's why I stopped. That's why, like after a few hours, I stopped playing Halo Infinite. That's why I stopped playing Splitgate. Like I play these games for a few hours and they're fun, but they're built around to nickel and dime you, and I don't like that. So I
Right.
stopped.
So really the underlying problem is that people just are not mentally mature enough to make smart decisions.
Right, you
And
can blame that on
that is
society
a
or
societal
their
problem.
parents or whatever it is, and that's I will agree to
So,
that.
I mean,
I'm just saying
we
that
can harp on companies all day long for trying to take advantage of that, but that is capitalism. It's not, to me, I don't see it as taking advantage, is that there is a market there and they are
it's
trying to make money out of
exploitation.
that
Maybe
market.
not in the way that the word is typically used, but it's exploitation because they're exploiting that market that they see they can make a lot of money in.
Yeah, but you could say that exporting a market is any company that sees a need or an area where the people want something and then providing a product to fill that need. That is exploiting a market, right? You could use
Yeah,
that
no, that's what I'm saying. That
example
it's just
anywhere
exploitation
across.
of a market. That I'm not saying. I'm using the term in
Well,
a neutral sense. That like to the
Well,
definition of
one
the
thing
term,
to
not
note though
the subjective.
is with a lot of these companies, I mean, we're seeing it a lot with gaming, but we see it a lot with entertainment in general. It would seem these days that there is a whole lot more blatant misinformation, disinformation, and outright lying about what product is being delivered, why and how it's being delivered. We'll have a company spokesperson come out and say, "Oh, XYZ. We're making this because X. We're doing this because Y. We made these choices because Z." Okay. And then people go, "Hey, wow, that was fucking terrible." And then it comes out, months or years later, "Oh, hey, actually they did it because A, B, C, D, E. It had nothing to do with what they actually said."
Or how
And
about
this
just the
plays
false
out.
advertising? You're
Yeah.
falsely advertising your product, like, and granted that happens all the time, unfortunately nowadays especially. But I mean, if you were to falsely advertise, more utility items that are a bit more important that you shouldn't be falsely advertising because you can get hit with lawsuits, safety violations. Yeah, how
Yeah,
come they can get away with it
if I
here?
advertised a car
Yeah,
and I
falsely.
said,
I
"Hey, this
mean,
car
I
can
think
go,"
didn't Volkswagen do that recently, or relatively like 2 years ago, whatever it was.
yeah, if I were to advertise a car and I say, "Hey, it can drive itself," then people go and buy the car and they go and say, Well, when they go, hey, well, this thing can't drive itself. You've got like an auto backup feature, but it's not driving. Or it'll give me a little sound that plays if I start going outside of the lane it detects I'm in, but it's not driving it. I'm still doing everything. Oh well, stuff happened. We couldn't finish it in time. You should just be happy you have it at all, right? This is the kind of shit we're seeing.
I think the problem.
And then we're told we should be glad that we're getting screwed.
Right, and you can make the argument like, oh, that person should have read up on it more so he knew what he was getting. But here's the thing: the problem is, I think the fault would lie on both parties. I think in some cases.
But when you have people intentionally ripping other people off, at minimum,
when
some
you're trying
fault,
to take advantage of someone else, then the person that's taking
anything other than that is quite literally victim blaming, which generally we've agreed as a society is pretty bad.
I think in this context, like what Data's saying, what we're saying is that I think the logical conclusion would be both parties in a way are to blame. Obviously the corporations are more fully to blame in that they're the ones responsible for this. They're the ones pushing it out. They're the ones causing people to have all these problems or taking advantage of people that already have problems like the addictive gambling stuff and everything like that. And it's also some of the people's fault who are either enabling it or don't know any better and are just getting involved in it, or just can't control themselves and are getting involved in it. So you can say it's both parties' fault, but I definitely say it's one party's fault more so.
Yes.
Well, anybody who thinks that a large corporation has their best interest in mind is fooling themselves.
Yes. Oh, totally.
That corporation is there to make a profit, and you always have to keep that in mind. You can't blindly trust someone who's trying to sell you something, because that person's
trying to sell you something.
Objective is to sell you something, right? So I do not excuse lying or misinformation to try to sell anything. I think that's abhorrent behavior, and I don't condone it in any shape or form.
No,
But I mean, as a consumer, and we are consumers, if you watch TV, if you play video games, you are consuming that content. That's just the way it is these days. And if you buy something from a company without, expecting that company is selling you something
with
and
their
is
own
gonna
interest
try to
in mind
nickel
and
and
not
dime
caring
you,
about,
then you're kind of asking for it.
Well, at the same point though, it's victim blaming, because it's normalizing that companies are going to screw you over. I'm not disagreeing that they do. However, at the same point, it's not something that we should kind of shrug and just go, well, they like to screw us over. What can we do except, either decide to take it or not?
Well, but see, you do have the decision. You can not play that game.
Oh,
Absolutely. If the argument is that we have a right to have the game that we want, then that's a flawed argument. If you want that game, then go make it yourself.
No, but
right?
at the same point, there does need to be some amount of accountability for what they say and
versus
what they do. And when those things very clearly differ hugely. I mean, we've seen time after time, companies say, "Oh, we're only doing this because we have your best interests at heart." That's always the line, right? And yet we've seen time after time they don't give two shits about the customer. All they care about is stuffing their pockets as much as possible, and maybe not ruining the company so they can keep stuffing their pockets later on. That's it. Like there does need to be some accountability, and not just help us at all. Companies will be companies.
Oh yeah, that's not my mindset at all. This conversation is kind of like wiggling back and forth. I'm losing.
Well, that's why I tried to end it before, saying that both parties can be guilty, but I think the corporations are definitely the guilty party, because yes, you can blame someone that like, oh, you're enabling them by doing this, and you know that it's wrong or whatever, or someone who doesn't know that it's wrong and they're doing it, but the companies are the ones that are enacting it and causing the problem in the first place. Like, they're introducing the problem into the fields, and other people are then reacting and affecting and enabling it. Yes, but they didn't introduce the problem. They're just
if a company does not lie and releases a product and people buy it, then that's business.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Yes
That
and
business
no.
can
When
still
when
be a
a
problem.
company intentionally misleads people
No,
on
no,
their
no. But you're
product,
saying intentionally misleading. I'm saying if they're not intentionally misleading and they put out a product and people buy it, then that's business.
sure,
If they
no,
say
I
one
fully
thing and
agree.
then give them something else, then yes, that is a problem.
But the
But
thing is, that's what we're getting all the time. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me, for example, that CD Projekt Red did not misrepresent Cyberpunk 2077 to go and get those sales out the door.
through advertising,
Yeah, well, through advertising, through their own company releases, every single piece of media they put out there before the game was released versus the actual game release. So everything to put out up to and including on the day of that the game was released versus the actual game. I mean, for example, let me just state one sentence here. Tell me if this does or does not apply to Cyberpunk 2077 as it was released. It'll be ready when it's ready. Does this apply? Was it ready?
I would argue no. No, it was not ready.
Then would that not be at least to some degree intentionally misrepresenting their product?
Would you agree that they suffered for that from all the refunds and the horribly negative
Some.
press?
However, I would say it was not nearly enough because the people who made the decision to go ahead with it were not the ones that suffered, not primarily. Now, that being said, I don't have any great bright ideas for how to go and resolve that kind of a moral issue, because it seems like the people who make these decisions that go and screw over hundreds or thousands of people in companies never actually get held accountable for their decisions. Same with politicians, by the way. Again, no bright ideas for how to solve that one, but
Well,
Well, that's a
getting back
tough
to
issue,
topic here,
right?
because
I mean,
I'm just taking control now since I tried this discussion more times. But essentially, bottom line is both parties can be guilty, but I still think that the corporations are definitely the guilty party. But it doesn't excuse the actions
yeah,
of some of
if
the
you're
customers.
walking in completely
But
blind,
it's just it's not a maybe saying it's not a black and white argument definitely would be an accurate way.
sure, no, I
But
fully agree at the same point.
But it's not black and white. It's right and wrong, right? It's not. So there's things that are right and there's things that are wrong and there are some things that are also wrong, right? So some
Because
customers
like
are doing, that's
I'm
wrong.
looking
What
at
the
it
businesses are
too.
doing, that's wrong. What some customers are doing are right by ignoring it, whatever. But at the same time, if you say nothing, you're letting it happen, right?
Well, and I should note too, the way I kind of look at this stuff, you know, what companies are doing is like, yes, realistically speaking, holistically speaking, you have to be going in, you know, if you're buying a product, you have to be expecting that the company wants to squeeze as much value as they can out of your purchase of that product. Fully agree there. That being said, if you look at it from the perspective of if you were in a legal court and the company tries to go and say, well, they should have expected that we would have tried to screw them over. They should have seen this coming. It's on them for not expecting it. They're going to get laughed out of the fucking court. And it's like you know, yes, you should go and expect that. However, that should not be a requirement for entering into any kind of a transactional process with a company in general. You should not be going into it going, how are they going to screw me over? How are they going to screw me over? I gotta keep my eyes open, otherwise I'm going to get fucked here. That should not be a part of the normal thought process for interacting with a company, and I refuse to go and try to normalize that kind of thinking. Like, yes, we should be aware of it. However, I don't want that line of thinking normalized to where we just shrug and go, oh well.
Because
And honestly, I think that as a society, I think that's where we're really at. that we just kind of shrug and go, company's gonna company. Am I wrong?
No, I think that is a problem. The fact that like, oh, you have to expect them to be whatever, like expect them to be dishonest and scummy and greedy and whatever. And yes, they are business, they are corporation. Their goal is to make money, but you know, that doesn't mean that they have the right or they should be able to, or it is legal or whatever it is for them to screw you over in trying to make money.
Well, I mean, not even. I mean, obviously, it's in many cases it's illegal for them to screw you over, but just the fact that it's expected. It's like because I mean, yes, a company's first motive is profit, right? They want to make a product, sell that product, and earn money for making that product. Absolutely, but generally speaking, that should be approached from a mindset that we are making a product and exchanging that product for money, not from a used car salesman point of view of where we have a product and we're going to go and try to screw as many people over with it until people catch on, and then we're going to switch to the next product here. And that seems to be where we're at.
Well, I don't agree. I don't agree that a company has a moral obligation to try to sell a product that is going to last forever. Or,
oh no, I'm not saying
I mean, they don't have that moral obligation. It's more of the company, if they want to succeed, they need to put out a product that people will
but
buy.
Why don't we focus on products that work before we focus on products that work for a long time?
Well, I mean, a product that meets the expectations they set for it. You can go and sell something. I mean, for example, if you go and buy something off of out of Walmart, if you go and buy something off of some fucking Chinesium store, or it's like it's $2 for this thing that if you bought it out of a higher end store, it would cost you 20 or something. Yes, there's an expectation that what you're buying is cheap. It's probably going to wear out pretty darn quick. But if those are the expectations that you have already set forward, that's perfectly fine. But it's that we have them misrepresenting what their product is, what you can use it for, how long it'll last, the quality of the product. It's like if you go and put forward, hey, this is a quick thing. We threw it together in 6 months. Here you go. Here's our asking price. No problem. Whether that asking price is high or low, if you at least somewhat accurately represent your product, cool beans. But it's that every single product is put forward as if it's this masterpiece, and we're seeing time after time it's not. It's fucking junk. And yet we get told, well, you're just stupid, you're just wrong, you are the problem, not us. And again, it's like, if it happens once, okay, hey, maybe it's just not my kind of product. If it happens twice, okay, I start to wonder. It's like, okay. But when it's happening time after time after time after time, it comes to a point where it's like, okay, it can't just be me here because you're doing this to everyone. It's not us, it's you. It's that misrepresentation of the quality of the product, what it actually is, what is going into it. And we're expected to buy it up. And I'm tired of it.
Yeah, what you're describing is the hype train that companies blanket, or what I'm trying to say. They have blanket coverage of advertisements trying to push their game towards the end when they're going to release it. And that is the hype train. And I've had a problem with the hype train since it started. I hate the fact that a company can put out a trailer and they build excitement, and I mean it's kind of a social thing, right?
It's an artificial
they build
thing.
excitement, everybody else thinks it's cool. They get people to start talking about it, and then everybody has an expectation. And that is the problem. The marketing is the problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, and what is marketing?
What do you mean?
What is marketing?
In what context?
Just in your like, I'm not trying to like trick question you or anything here. Just in your words, in your eyes, what is marketing?
It's a company displaying their product, trying to get people to buy it. That's what marketing is. It's advertising.
Okay, yeah. So they're promoting their product. They're trying to go and show it in the best light possible. Which, of course, what company wouldn't want to do that? Yeah, what person, if they're trying to promote something, isn't going to try to promote it in the best light generally possible for it?
Right. The whole purpose of
Absolutely.
marketing is to get people interested so they buy your product.
Yes. However, would you also agree that most marketing, I'm not even talking video games. I'm just talking in general here. Most marketing is dishonest about the product.
Yeah. I 100% agree with you. If you look at any product that's being advertised, it is generally being showed better than what it is. And it's done on
Mhm.
purpose because if they showed what it really was and the quality that you're going to get, most people would be, I think I'll look around.
Exactly. And I think that is partially the big issue is that we have gotten to the point where we've normalized just fucking shit marketing, just shit promotions of products. We just accept it and go, oh, well, that's just how it is, that they're going to go and misrepresent the product. It's understandable. That doesn't make it right. And we've bought into it. Hook, line, and sucker. Now, that being said, again, I don't have any genius ideas for fixing this. But at the same point, I still say it is a problem.
Well, I guess on a related topic of companies just being shit, um, the Activision Blizzard news stuff. If you guys want to move on from that stuff, real quick, do want to finish this thing on on the interview. They're talking about how well, let's make sense of it, right? Because they're talking about making sense of the NFTs according to Ubisoft, saying, "Oh, well, they couldn't make sense of it, or we're making sense of it." Okay, so how does it make sense? How do the NFTs make sense according to Ubisoft? And how is it a big positive? Which Ubisoft said, I think gamers don't get what digital secondary market can bring to them. Now, for those who don't know, we already have one in the form of in-game monetization. Now, for now, like, loot boxes and what have you. For now, because of the current situation of context of NFT, gamers really believe it's first destroying the planet. Like the way he says, like, gamers really believe it's destroying the planet, and second, just a tool of speculation. Now, the line destroying the planet, I think it's in reference to the green, whatever,
The climate crisis.
planet crisis, climate change, whatever it is, of global warming, whatever you want to call it, keeps changing names every 5 years. But NFTs, from what I've read, like, they use up a lot of power, burning more fossil fuels, stuff like that. So, I mean,
well, look, you just don't understand.
It's not not wrong that gamers believing that it's destroying the planet is not an inaccurate statement. I mean, the statement saying that it's destroying the planet is a little bit of an exaggeration.
But it's
I don't
trying
think NFTs are going to cause a global catastrophe on their own. Yeah.
No, but at the same point, it ain't great for it.
After a while,
and it's trying to go and push this idea. Well, of course, we're not trying to destroy the planet. Well, no one said you were. However, we're saying it's not good for it, and them trying to argue against a straw man of a far exaggerated end of, it's true. We're not trying to destroy the planet. Well, no one said you were.
It's a typical psychological move in a discussion where you make your rival or whoever you're arguing against sound crazy, so this way it makes you sound more sane.
You misrepresent their position, and then you argue against this misrepresented position, i.e., well, they're trying to go and destroy blah. Well, no one said that. People said it was, whatever the thing was a bad idea. No one said to destroy it.
Taking someone's words out of context and misinterpreting what But essentially, from what I understand, because I'm not the foremost knowledge on this shit at all. But NFTs are harmful to the planet, because they generate more electricity because of rent your computer and the fossil fuels and stuff like that. So,
I mean, maybe. I think that's a weak argument at best.
Again, from what I've read,
Oh, sure.
I don't know if it's actually true. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on this bullshit. I just know that that's a thing that's been touted around.
But the fact that they're addressing it and trying to divert it off.
It's like a misdirect.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Because again, the question was, how is it gonna? Let's make sense of it. How is this gonna be positive for gamers? Like, what's the big positive that gamers are missing about NFT? Right. That's
Basically, what they're saying there is that what gamers don't understand is that gamers can make a whole lot of money with this side project. Some of them can, but a lot of people are just going to waste money.
And he does continue saying, but we at Ubisoft are seeing first is the end game. The end game is about giving players the opportunity to resell their items once they're finished with them, and they're finished playing the game itself. So it's really for them. It's really beneficial, but they just don't. But they don't get it for now. They don't get it. Also, this is part of the paradigm shift in gaming. Moving from one economic system to another is not easy to handle. There are a lot of habits you need to go against, and a lot of your ingrained mindset you have to shift. It takes time. We know. So essentially,
this sounds almost cult-like.
A little bit.
So I got two thoughts on this. Okay. So first, if you take just what that statement says, then it actually sounds like a decent idea. If you've got things in a game and you're done playing the game, then you could sell them for money. My question is Ubisoft going to take a cut of that through like a marketplace transaction?
No, of course they're taking a cut. It's their marketplace.
I'm sure they are. So that's the whole reason they're pushing it, because they're going to get their little cut of every single transaction.
And the thing of it is, you'd probably never even see it because you're going to have to sell it through their marketplace. So you're never going to see, you might even be able to set a price, but what the person buys, with the buying price and your selling price, they're going to be two separate things. So every time it trades hands, they're making money time after time after time.
It's probably going to work similar to in-game monetization on like mobile games and stuff, where it's like, oh, it's $5 or something absurd like that, and you're paying them $5, and you think, okay, they're going to get $5, but really they get $2, and the platform holder gets the rest, or the other way around, right? The platform holder gets, but regardless if it is, they're getting a percentage.
Look at how paid mods worked on Steam when they tried to do it with Skyrim, to where Bethesda got what? 50%, Steam got 25%, and the person got 25% of the whatever the marked price was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, it's just going to turn into Diablo 3 real money marketplace, and it's going to be terrible for most people.
Exactly. Well, and also too, note exactly what they said. They said the entire intent behind it is to have you resell the item. So again, NFTs. You have a game developer saying the intent and purpose behind at least our NFTs is for you to resell the item. For you to keep passing this buck along until eventually someone's just stuck holding it here. And now people probably aren't going to be paying thousands of dollars like you've seen some people on the internet doing it. But at the same point, it's again this idea of a perpetual scam. And you just hope that you're not the one holding the bag when the music stops and people go, wow, this is fucking worthless.
Yep.
I love this next one because it's essentially admitting that they were that they were lying. But here, do you think you would have been better off launching Quartz without mentioning NFTs or blockchain? If you had just launched a new platform that offered gamers something new without exposing them to the underlying mechanics powering it, and they're saying, actually, we tried in a way. That's why we named it Digits. We considered not speaking about the technology, but we know our players, they would have known Digits were NFTs. So we decided it would not be very smart to try and hide it. Our principle is to build a safe place and safe environment with Quartz, so we need to be transparent on what we're doing. Then the other guy, Ubisoft continues. If I can just comment on that, comment a bit on that. As Nicholas said, we knew that if it didn't make, that if we didn't reference the technology, players would have noticed. And one of our first concerns gamers have when it comes to blockchain, impact on the environment and energy it consumes. Also, maybe that is a real thing. As such, it was key for us to be able to show we were aware of that concern and that we're making an active choice of going with Tezos.
We're making an active choice of ignoring your concern.
Also,
so wait a minute. Are they rolling?
So that means that he acknowledges, like they acknowledge, yeah, no, NFTs definitely have an impact on the environment through energy consumption. Even though in the previous statement they said how they're claiming, oh, the players are saying that this is going to destroy the environment, destroy the planet, blah blah blah.
Are they rolling out their own cryptocurrency to buy and sell their NFTs with?
Let's find out.
And think about that. If they do that,
no, but how do I
do that?
That's the only way blockchain makes sense, right?
Unless it's like in-game points or whatever that you can buy, like similar to most AAA games where you buy in-game credits with real money and then you use in-game credits to purchase stuff, something like that.
No, but think about it. This is actually fucking from a marketing point of view, from a money-making point of view. This is actually fucking genius because people go, "Oh, I'll buy $50 worth of whatever the fuck it is of tokens." Because I can only use tokens to buy the NFTs, I'm sure I'll find something eventually. And how much of that money is just going to be wasted? How much of that money are people never really going to use?
Halo Infinite, they have like you can only buy the money in I think 10, 50, or 100, like essentially like in intervals of like like dollar bills, like you 10,
and
20,
then I guarantee you.
So and you can buy up to
$100 worth of items don't fit into those same values, do they?
Yeah, like you can't. Yeah, you're always gonna have like something left over.
It's a double scam. Holy fucking shit!
Oh, you
because then everyone who doesn't buy into it. Because imagine any money spent over, any tokens left over that you never used, well, they still have your money for it.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's just really straight up money that goes. And he even continues saying that communication is in line with our engagement as a corporation. As research has a very strong engagement when it comes to the environment and those concerns, it's transparent for us to be able to preempt that discussion to make our players know we've taken the right step to protect the environment.
Yeah, that's virtue signaling, right?
Yeah, totally. We care about the environment too. One of my best friends is black, right? Like that type of argument, like that pandering, virtue signaling bullshit. Next question was, it's not just the environment, I feel. A lot of the feedback I read suggests that gamers view or fear NFTs being the new microtransactions, which should be macro, because nothing above $1 is or the new loot boxes. That digits are going to make gaming with Ubisoft more expensive. Are they right or wrong? Vice President of Innovations or whatever at Ubisoft says, well, first, players are always right. Well, the customer is always right. That is right. Well, case-by-case basis. Because they are our players and we love them, and so they're always right. But your observation is correct. The first point I would say is that digits are fully optional. I was waiting for that, but digits are fully optional. It's something we've built outside the game's economy, so you can choose quartz or you can choose not to use it. It's the same argument as microtransactions and loot boxes.
Yeah, it's fully optional. Ignore the fact that 50% of development time went into cosmetics and not the actual game.
Or even if time went into the game, it's just that the game is built around the monetization or the NFTs in this case.
It's like bull fucking shit, man.
It's not even a new argument. It's the same argument that's used for the microtransactions and loot boxes.
Same shit.
We saw what happened with those.
You mean the lawsuit that EA had, and they're still fucking doing it.
I mean, again, Germany and God damn it, what was he?
Europe?
Several other companies in Europe were suing EA and are making laws against boxes because of just loot boxes themselves and what they are, but also how the games are built around.
They were being used in a predatory manner.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
they are
loot boxes
by
literally
design.
gambling.
They're
and I don't
predatory
see
by design
NFTs
because
being.
No, here's the thing. In gambling, right? Say like a slot machine is the closest a real world gambling example to a loot box. Except in a slot machine, you have at the very worst the illusion of control because you're the one pulling that lever. With a loot box, there is no lever. You just click a button and it automatically does the thing, and it's automatically.
And you know nothing. Well, to be fair, you know nothing with the casino, what's going on in the background either. But
right. Well, that's why I said like at worst, it's the illusion of control because you don't even know if the machine's rigged and what the casino is on the up and up or not.
Well, like I know, for example, here in Michigan, we have a lot of casinos in Michigan here. I had a friend in my military unit who would oftentimes go to the casino. He'd go and take $100, and he would just go and have fun. You know, once he ran out of the money net, and if he won anything, he kept that money separate. Once he ran out of the money he came in with, he walks out. Whether he's won or lost, he walks out. And he was saying, because he would go at least like once a month. So he's pretty much a regular at a lot of casinos there. And he was talking about it sometime with some of the guys in the unit. And in Michigan, several casinos will go, because again, they make tons and tons of fucking money. There is a certain set, by legal standard, there is a certain set of times someone has to win. So essentially, you can't have the odds of winning be below like X, Y, or Z for certain games here. They would go and set their machines and their games below that and simply pay, and there was just a fine attached, because of course, what else would it be? And they would just go and pay the fine because they're making more by ripping people off with the idea that they might be able to win, than they're losing from the fee, from the fine. So they're just like, well, screw it. Why the fuck wouldn't we keep screwing people? We're making more money this way.
Right, and their goal is to keep you in there, to keep wasting money and trying to win.
Yep.
Same thing with loot boxes. They're trying like, okay, you didn't get what you wanted, but maybe you get it with the next one. The next one kept spending more money and more money.
Oh, especially too, all the times with loot boxes where they'll show you, oh, it's rolling through all the options. Oh, there's the one you want. Oh, and it just slipped by. Maybe next time.
I never even seen
and
that
I don't
where
see
they actually show you what it could have been.
Different.
What game even does that where it shows you
Well,
what it might be?
NFTs.
I know Mass Effect 3 did.
The way they're talking about NFTs will be different in the sense that you're not getting a loot box that cycles through them. You're buying one specifically. That
I know. I'm just saying it's the same argument.
Yeah, no, but it's the same. It's someone coming to you and go. It's literally someone coming to you who has proven, and again, tell me if I'm wrong here. Has it not been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that pretty much every single AAA game company out there wants to go and screw over the player base to make as much money as possible? That they will happily screw you, the player, over, you who they claim to love, over, up, down, left, right, and sideways to make an extra buck. And yet, they're telling us here, no, this time it's going to be different. I know every other time I lied, and it was proven that I lied, and it was proven that I was doing this shit just to go and predate on you with these things. But this time it's different, I promise. Bullshit.
Ever hear the story of the boy who cried wolf?
Ever hear the story of the people who kept going back to their abuser? Usually ends with
Harley Quinn
dying.
and Joker, right? No.
I mean, again, tell me I'm fucking wrong. It's quite literally an abusive relationship. Now, it is one that generally you can choose to enter or not, but at the same point, when you are locked out of entire sets of entertainment because every single company, or I should say every single large company, every AAA company, is doing this, is being abusive, is screwing people over, I think that's pretty fucked up and in fact should be illegal. Now again, what kind of legal setting that should take, I don't know. I won't pretend to have all the answers here. But still.
I think the goal right here, right now, is just pointing out the problem that they pose.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll wait and see.
When they're going, no, there's no problem. Bullshit.
it's still a new problem, so we don't really know where it will go. I mean, we can assume where it will go based
Oh
on
no,
changes.
I know exactly what it would be, and especially, oh hey, here's, I mean, for example, it'll go hunky dory for the first part, and then people are gonna
Right, no,
go
I'm
like,
saying like that's
well,
probably
hey,
where. But
I
again,
don't want to
because we're
go.
not fortune tellers. I mean, I say
Yeah.
that, but then we did predict Halo Infinite, in its current
But
state.
that being said, the way I anticipate it'll go, it'll start off and people are like, oh well, you know, it's not too bad so far, and then they're gonna, and like I said, they're gonna be making money off of every single transaction, and what's going to happen is people will be making less and less and less and less and less on these things until they're worthless. People will be like, hey, well, what the fuck? And then when the transactions start drying up, because again, they're like, well, hey, this is a perpetual moneymaker, right? Well, what the fuck? The perpetual moneymaker has stopped. They're going to go and say, well, hey, by the way, so we used to have UB bucks as our blockchain currency to buy all of our NFTs here. Now we're introducing UB bucks too, because you know the old system was just outdated and blah blah blah. And you can go and trade in your UB bucks for UB bucks too, at a ratio of 2 to 1, and buy into it now.
So what you're saying is they're gonna turn it into military script, where it's like, oh, you need to get the old one if you still have the new one. If you still have the old one, it's all gonna become worthless.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, didn't Xbox do the same fucking thing with their what was their fucking currency? They had some like fucking.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I have no idea. But yeah.
Yeah, it was so long ago. But they did the exact same shit.
Score, game point. I don't something with a G.
Yeah, no, there's gamer score which was earned by achievement. There was
no,
something
not that,
else.
not that. Then what was it?
That you would buy it with money, and then we're like, oh yeah, we're shutting that system down. You can convert like kind of sort of some of it maybe, but
no,
yeah, not all of it.
In my experience, you weren't able to.
And they'll keep running the same shit again and again.
I never purchased it, so. But from what I've heard, my friends did back in the day, and they're like, oh, now I have $35 on this thing, and just $35 I can never use. Yep. According to my friend that had Xbox Live at the time, like this is going back when they shut it down. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, so I don't remember what it's called, but I'm sure maybe someone.
Essentially, what we're saying about NFTs is that it's a trap. Stay away from it.
Yeah.
And on that note, I gotta go, guys.
All right.
So I'll catch you later.
Yeah. Hopefully Thursday for easy.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Maybe there's a huge ice storm that may potentially blanket my state.
Oh
so
shit!
I may or may not be around. Hopefully, I will.
Get a diesel generator or something.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys.
Or get a hamster on a wheel.
Good luck. Don't die. He's dead.
All right. We're gonna start a fund for a hamster on a wheel to power his entire house now.
Just one hamster.
Only one, yes. But it's gonna be roided out. So we need money for the hamster, the wheel, the kinetic power conversion, and a bunch of steroids. No, I'm kidding. Alright, so they continue saying, at no point will we force our players to use quartz or digits. We just informed them that there is a new system that could provide them with higher value than the existing ones. So that's the very first point. That's corporate speak for me. I don't know what that really. Essentially, we're telling them X, and it can do X, and that's really it. But it might not be able to do X, let alone it might actually.
Well, what they're saying is that we aren't going to force people to use it. However, we are going to start building our games entirely around it.
That at no point we're not going to force them. We're going to build our games around it so that you are essentially forced, but you don't have to do it.
Yeah, we're not forcing you to play the game, but if you want to play the game, tell me I'm wrong. And even if it's like, hey, here's a game. You have to have an NFT to be able to play this game. There's an NFT here for 1 cent. Don't fucking care. It's fucking garbage. I hate that shit.
I mean, I hate all of this. And the only reason I want to read through all this is because for anyone that is watching, since I know some of the people that are that view this, like not everyone is nose deep in video game news and all sorts of stuff like we are. Like hell, most of a lot of our viewers, I won't say most, but a lot of our viewers that I know of anyway, aren't Star Citizen guys. Like they have no idea what Star Citizen is, or they know vaguely through us. So I guess kind of cater to the market, right? Or I guess like know your audience.
Details.
But yeah. Anyway, he continues saying that then there's the way we build the platform regarding eligibility criteria. Excuse me. We've made it so it's somewhat hard for people to get into it. You must purchase the game. You must play at least 2 hours. Oh, that's a high barrier. So it's a bit complicated for pure speculators to go there and invest and inflate the market. Okay.
What?
It's not that complicated either, but there are so many other options out there for speculators to get into this and mess around.
Give us your money and we bitch slap you.
I love how like speculators like this is a game. They're players. They play the game. This is not like that's the thing. They're turning the game into
this is a new thing of where the game is a new product that keeps selling itself, and we sit there and laugh at you fuckers.
I mean, they're turning the game again. They're turning the game into essentially a stock market, and that's the terminology to assess it. He even says we think, and the first figures we have corroborate our expectation that Quartz is primarily for our players. It's what we're seeing when we look at data. I didn't see that when I looked at data. He looks fine. Remember, this is still an experiment. We will adapt to the volumes of our upcoming editions so that there's not too much inflation. Our main concern is to make sure that even on secondary market, prices do not go too high, so it's still accessible to regular players. I feel dirty reading, by the way. This is just so...
it's filled with all kinds of bullshit.
Oh, thank God, a shorter answer. Just for reading purposes. So, for clarification, something like the skin NFT released for Ghost Recon Breakpoint, will that also be available to buy through the game economy or even earned in-game, and then only become a unique NFT if acquired or registered through Quartz? No. So those skins are exclusive to Quartz. You cannot get them in-game if you do not go through Quartz. Right there is already like, oh, it's optional, except you can only do it through Quartz. Through the NFT stuff. One of the big beliefs tied to blockchain is decentralization, about taking power away from the big corporations and putting it in the hands of customers.
Bullshit.
Looking from the outside in, I question instantly the value of decentralization for a company like Ubisoft. How is decentralization good for Ubisoft? I mean, this is just bullshit anyway, but let's humor the article. Proverbial, I don't know. The vice president of innovation, whatever, at Ubisoft answers. So the question is really about player engagement and how do you share an ecosystem with them. When you look at the valuation of just Ubisoft, the company, it's over $3 billion in US dollars, I think, something like that. But the whole ecosystem of Ubisoft products is valued at more than $15 billion. So the ecosystem is much bigger than just a company. The ecosystem is composed by the company, but also the players and the whole range of roles that players can have in this. This sounds like something from fucking Wayland Yutani.
Or it sounds like something from fucking Facebook with their what do they fucking call it? Their new bullshit.
I don't follow Facebook.
So Facebook is trying to make some kind of like a second world kind of shit to where they're gonna have this entire VR world.
Oh crap! I know. Okay, I know what you're talking about. It was mentioned a few times in the Activision Blizzard Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard articles I was reading last week. Metaverse.
Yeah, something like that.
Where it's like a Second Life. It sounds like it's trying to be a Second Life type thing, but for those who don't know, Second Life is like an actual game or something, like a source engine type thing. I don't even know what the fuck Second Life. I've seen screenshots on Flickr because I use Flickr for my Star Citizen stuff.
But yeah, it's literally some kind of a virtual world in which, of course, they will be in control and everything will be puppies and rainbows, right?
So so what they're trying to make like Ready Player One or the Matrix, right? Where like you plug yourself into this virtual reality, this
Pretty much.
literal virtual reality, not like the VR that we
Yep.
have today.
Yep.
So essentially, you're going to put your brain into something that's controlled by another conscious or group of consciousness by other people,
And trust that they don't turn your brain into soup. Yes, exactly.
or mind control you or whatever. That sounds like just a recipe for.
Look, but of course the companies love you, or at least they love the control of you.
Well, that's the thing that we're seeing with both the companies and the government. Not to get into that, but essentially, they both want control. They're supposed to, in an ideal world, they would be evening each other out and trying to keep each other in line. But right now, we're seeing they're working together to keep you in control. Companies want you to, the corporations want you to,
Yep.
they want to control you so that you keep paying them, right, buying their stuff and all that. And the government wants to control you so that they can keep their power. Moving on. As such, the interest in decentralization for the centralized company. I'm going to do this mockery voice every time I read this stuff.
You just don't
Centralized
get it,
company
do
like
you?
Ubisoft is to open the gates for our games and to make them bigger by sharing a stake with our players, to build new experiences that are on top of what is in each game to date. It's a new way to see what a game could be. You
It's
mean a stock market?
World.
A stock market. The game's going to become a stock market because it ain't going to be a game no more. I'd argue that some of the games are no longer games.
Oh, and even also too, just on that note, so and it's a good point that they are essentially trying to go and make a stock market out of each and every game. So already, just generally speaking, I would say that the general level of quality of video games has gone down in terms of 5 years ago, 10 years ago, by far. Like, yes, graphics have improved, yes, underlying systems have improved, but the actual quality and effort being put into games, the story, the content in them has only gone down,
Oh
at
no,
least
the
for
only
most
only
AAA game
innovation really in the last 10 years or so is graphical and in performance,
Yeah.
like frame rate and stuff like that. Like but the core, the gameplay, like the game of the game, right? The meat and bones of it,
Yeah, it's
decaying,
still,
it's rotting away.
Yeah.
It's essentially a corpse that has makeup and a dress on it. That's a really,
but it's like,
really
because of that,
maybe an apt analogy, but I think one that paints a very disturbing picture nonetheless, and that's kind of what I was going for. He continues saying, "I don't want to go into numbers, but owning a percentage of huge ecosystem might be even more interesting than just owning a game today. I'm sorry if, as I know, it's difficult to understand right now, as this kind of idea doesn't really exist yet in gaming, but we see that the ecosystem for a game can be much, much bigger than what a game is today in terms of value creation for everyone." All shocking shit, man. I mean, seriously? Like, first off, I'm sorry, I know it's difficult for any of you to understand what this could be, because you're all morons. But also, and that might be reading too much into it, and if it is, then so be it. But also the fact that, the whole ecosystem of a game, and that can make a game bigger than it is. No, making a game bigger would be, okay, here's Halo.
More content.
Halo 2 versus Halo 3, right? Like, I know a lot of people, it's a big debate in the Halo community. Halo 2 has a better story. Halo 3, had a meh story and all that. Personally, I love Halo 3. I love both Halo 2 and Halo 3, but I think Halo 3 is essentially everything that was great about Halo 2, but done better in terms of gameplay. Like, it's the refined version of Halo 2's gameplay. You can disagree, and that's fine. We don't all agree here on Cast in the Shadows, and that's the beauty of it all, right? We're all individuals. We all have our own thoughts and minds, supposedly. And we work together to overcome those, because we use our individuality to strengthen ourselves as a group, not to then think as a hive mind and weaken ourselves. If that makes any sense. But this whole thing where it's like a game's going to be bigger because it's going to have stock market. I mean, yeah, I guess it'll be bigger in that it'll make them more money. But I don't see how it's going to even be a game anymore. And that's the problem, is that I'm like, they're talking about, oh, we're looking at the end game. I'm also looking at the end game, and all I see is more frustration from the customer perspective.
Yeah, all
So
I
much
see
for
with
us
the
being
end
right,
game
right?
is them running off with a bag of money that people went in. Let's even go and use their bullshit. Money that people invested and they ran off with, and people going, well, hey, maybe next time it'll be different now. And at the same point too, like I was saying before, so generally speaking, the quality of games has generally gone down. That being said, so they are now saying we want to go and turn video games from being video games, which, again, quality is already suffering when they're just trying to make a video game. And instead, alongside the video game, we're going to make every video game this stock marketplace, whatever the fuck, to where you have the chance to make money. I mean, literally, this sounds like every fucking casino trying to go and throw out their goddamn commercial. You could win it big tonight at the Silver Dome. Come on down now, and the first 3 rolls are free. It's literally the same goddamn shit. And because of that, again, they're literally saying we are going to be putting less and less in our video games and making more and more that this is about money. That we want to have every single video game be this online store to where you too could be making, I mean, literally.
Holy shit!
Honestly,
you know
at this
what that
point,
metaverse
it's
thing's gonna
sounding
be?
more and more illegal. Because
Oh,
I mean,
it totally is.
if
And
you
here's
if
the
you
thing.
have some 10-year-old
What do you think that
with mommy
metaverse
and daddy's
shit?
credit card in their account,
The metaverse shit you were just telling me about. You know what that's gonna be? That's just gonna be like ads in front of your face all the damn time. It's gonna be like that Futurama episode where it's like,
yeah,
where Fry
whole
like
thing is
wakes
ads.
up and he's like, I was dreaming of ads. It's like, oh, they beam the ads into your dreams.
and then they go to the store and buy the thing that it was like underwear or something that was in the ad. And they go to the
Yeah,
store
something
and buy
like
it.
that, or like a T-shirt. Yeah.
And the problem is too, some people go and buy what they're saying at face value, hook, line, and sucker, and there's enough and people are like, oh, just vote with your wallet. Apparently that doesn't work anymore, because I mean there's a whole lot of people going, this is fucking junk, but apparently you have enough people dumping money into it that they keep doing this shit.
Yep. And that's the thing is, it's again, give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile. And there's an old saying, right? The only thing for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. I guess probably an extreme. I mean, but the quote is not an apt quote in this circumstance, and that is, you stay quiet, you say nothing, you just let it happen, and you're just letting it happen. Versus you speak out about it, point it out, ideally offer a solution. I can't think of one right now, other than just stop it. You know, pulling a Bob Newhart here, stop it. But you know, aside from that, yeah, that's all we can really do is just speak our minds. You know, use the First Amendment to our advantage. The interviewer goes on, asks more questions. I think we got multiple, but they're all shorter. The most cynical feedback I've read from gamers has pointed to this all being a ploy to line Ubisoft's pockets with more money. A ploy.
Mm-hmm.
But you see it being about creating a deeper player engagement experience? Yes,
Like bullshit.
the model of play to earn it is about allowing players to make their own money by adding value to the whole ecosystem. So it's not just about Ubisoft, actually. And I'm sure he's right in that you would be able to earn money from this, like trading stocks and I guess NFT is really the same thing. But at the end of the day, it serves as money laundering for Ubisoft because that's what NFTs are. This is essentially a cartoon of what an NFT is. Someone else walk away, and he gives it to someone else. the end of the day, get new clean money. Beats taking the money to a laundromat. Trust me, it's all soggy, and if you have like gum in there, and the dollar bill becomes pink. And bad jokes aside, considering that Ubisoft is trying to lead in this emerging space, when you see what happened with the Stalker 2 team, the Stalker 2 tried to do an NFT thing, and then they backed off. Where I don't even remember what they were doing. Like, you were going to be an NPC or own that NPC.
I think they really didn't give details. They were just saying we're going to do it, and players were like, "The fuck you are," and they're like, "Well, you know what? Why don't you
They
listen to you
backed off.
guys?"
Because they have
At least for
some
now.
gray matter, I guess. Who
Well,
brings
and the
sales
thing
across
with it
the
is,
company?
I do not really see too much of a time here where players really win out of all this, because it's like on a individual level, I'll just go ahead and say yes, you will have some people making money off of this system. Yes. However, the average person, I don't see making money off of this. Not
No.
what they put in. Because
Like-
the
like-
thing what is, the
I'd
stuff
argue
is
even
not
guys like us aren't going to be making
no
money off of it.
because well the thing of it is, the idea behind it is that you buy the thing now, and then you maybe make more of the same off of it later.
It's actually
That's the idea they're pushing, and I
it's stock
don't
trading.
see this stuff. Well, kind of.
I mean,
but I
that's the
don't
way you buy
see-
something, right? You're buying something ideally for less
Damn it,
than
Rick,
you're
let me
selling.
goddamn finish. I don't see any of the items they're going to sell, whatever it might be, whether it's armor, weapon, whether it's skins, whether it's NPCs, whether it's faces, whatever it is that they're trying to peddle here, by and large, because again, the whole idea behind it all is that every single individual item is unique, right? Because if it's not unique, then what's the point? Now, I guess you could have like, there's 100 of these, and here's item 1 of 100, 2 of 100, blah blah blah. But even still, okay. But the idea is that somehow over time it will magically get more value simply because of a false scarcity. That is the idea that they are selling. And that you, by buying it, if you buy it, and again, they're trying to encourage people to dump money into this. By telling people, oh, if you dump money now, you'll be able to sell it later. You'll make a buck off of it. Oh, yeah. I don't see this stuff increasing in value. At best, you're going to have, now, you might have some things here and there which people will be like, oh, I gotta have it. It looks so cool. Just like you do with any kind of player stuff. Look at all the fucking Dota items out there and that kind of shit. But again, if they want entire player bases interacting with this and not a few dozen people, where's this stuff coming from? They have to keep churning this out, which means you're gonna have a whole lot of junk shit, which players are gonna see and they're gonna go, "This is junk. I'm not gonna go and pay someone else for this. There's no point to it." I mean, even like Steam trading cards, for example. You could try to build a system around it, like oh, if you buy this thing, you can do stuff with it. If there is stuff you can do with it, you can convince more people to buy into it. At that point, I guess it's just like Steam trading cards at that point. That
Except that at least
work
Steam
off
is
blockchain for whatever fuck all reason.
Valve.
But as
now,
it is, it's this idea that you have bought a JPEG. This JPEG has value simply because we say it does. Go resell it. The entire idea behind NFTs is you reselling it. It's
Also,
a
here's the thing,
goddamn fucking. It's literally a fucking multi-level marketing scam here, people. You buy the stuff from us, and then you sell it again to other people. That's literally it.
And yeah, you're buying like the ownership of this image that someone can easily just take by either pressing F11 on their keyboard and taking the image from the URL code, or just right-clicking on it and copy image.
Yeah, it's literally the idea that this
Or
JPEG you
just take a
have
screenshot of your computer and
has
crop it there.
value, and you can sell it later. Tell
I
me
just
this
named-
is
I just
not
listed-
multi-level marketing.
Yeah, I just listed 3 ways that you can take a single image from just anywhere on the internet.
As one image I saw explained it, NFTs are like this. You got a buddy, and he's married. Everyone in the neighborhood is fucking his wife, but he's got the marriage certificate.
That's actually an accurate description of
Like,
it.
literally. Come on here, people. And the more I think about it, the more I think that multi-level marketing is really applicable to this. They sell it to you. You hope to sell it to someone else. That person hopes to sell it on down the line.
Yep. All here's
That's it. With each of you being owners of the product. Meanwhile, the guys at the top, Ubisoft, are laughing all the way to the goddamn bank.
So he's asking him, how does it make you feel? What was your reaction to the backlash and then Stalker 2 backlash and then how they ditched it after the backlash? And he's saying, it's saddening to see there's still some resistance based on misunderstanding. Because you just misunderstanding
Yes,
it.
you're all stupid. If you just understood.
But I'm not sure we can really compare what Stalker 2 was trying to do with what we are trying to achieve with Quartz. Not the same use case to the players, I would say. Only for him, I guess. I know it's only been a couple of weeks since the launch of Quartz, but what are the key learnings you've taken away so far from the launch of Digits? Digits are what they're calling the actual NFTs. So this way you're not calling them NFTs. This way it's...
Yeah, it's not paid mods. You're just buying the mods with our currency. Then you buy the currency with money. Right, Bethesda?
Okay, we call it the Creation Club.
Yeah, bull fucking goddamn shit.
Where we screw over the modders. Sorry.
Well,
do.
not to segue here, but on that note, Bethesda always said that, well, the Creation Club is just so that we can go and get the modders some money. Those poor modders. We just want to help the poor modders out.
Oh, it was so that they can monetize other people's work.
Well,
and make money off of it.
Well, with it, most mods, most items on there are paints or skins. By far, the most items on the Creation Club in Fallout 4 are paints and skins.
Because they're
What's
easier
Bethesda
to do
made.
than just
They're getting full money for that.
Yeah, because
all
it's
the
easier to
other
do than
stuff,
a full mod where you have different dialogue options and whatever. And this way, it's easy for the modders to try and make a quick buck off of Bethesda. They're trying to screw each other.
Well, the thing is, so with the Creation Club, all of the stuff that was actually made by a modder, and again, I haven't heard anything to go and say that they've changed this. It's possible they've changed it, but I have not heard of anything if they had. But the way it worked is that Bethesda goes out to a modder and says, hey, you make good stuff. We want to go and contract you to go and make an item. I don't know if the person comes up with the item or Bethesda does, but either way, they go, hey, okay. They go and, and they come to an agreement. Sweet. Items made. Bethesda goes, thanks. Here is your money for contracting for us for however long. Have a good day. Have a good life. And then at that point, Bethesda then goes and puts the item up onto the Creation Club marketplace and sells it, and all profits from every single player purchase of the item go to Bethesda. The person does not get any kind of royalties on the item. They only get, as far as I'm aware, a contracting fee, and that is it. If it was about getting the poor modders some money, they would be getting even a cent of royalties per purchase, because that is continual income based on how many people buy the item, right? The fact that they don't really flies in the face of Bethesda's whole little spiel that we just want to help the poor modder. It's like bullshit. You're keeping all the profit for yourself. So if an item was super fucking popular, doesn't matter, the modder sees 0 cents of that. Cool.
Let's see. Next thing was, I know it's only been we learned that, what was it? We learned is that the hurdles. Well, I'm done doing the firing. We put in place that the eligibility criteria worked. A very big majority of 2,500 tokens ordered in the first 2 weeks were from Ghost Recon Breakpoint players. They didn't start playing when we launched Quartz on December 7th. They were playing the game for a very long time beforehand. It was good to see that, because to us, that was the biggest risk, that the market would be preempted by speculators, which is absolutely
The people would
what
not
we
buy
didn't want
into
to
our
do.
scam.
That's what the other guy. Here's the vice president of innovation and stuff, because they literally have a guy who's like head of blockchain technology, the DG, and NP is the
Fucking hell, man.
the innovation.
They have a
president,
scammer
whatever.
in chief, guys. Come on.
Yeah, right.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Maybe just to add to that, from the technical standpoint, we are very happy that everything worked as we expected, and it wasn't so easy because we are built on top of the Tezos blockchain, which is not the obvious choice when you're building building NFTs. But we wanted to be committed to this environmentally friendly choice. We are very happy with that. Also, I think from user experience, it's easy to onboard. It's easy to onboard on the Quartz platform. Okay, sure. Honestly, that's just a load. This is kind of just fluff.
Yep. They're sitting there jerking themselves off. Come on.
A little bit. Do you guys see a future where players own the games themselves? That the games are an NFT. The games themselves are an NFT.
Oh God.
That's part of the use case we can explore, but it's not the focus today. So, in short, yes. Because the question was, do you see a future? Do you see a future? Well, not currently, but at least essentially not currently would be more accurate.
I will say this though. If this leads to somehow a backwards way of players going and being able to legally own like going back to the thing we've talked about before, to where players, at least generally speaking, right now you have a lot of companies that will try to argue that the excuse me, that you do not own a video game when you buy it. That being said, realistically, and it's being argued in my opinion in bad faith, but it's being argued essentially that you do not own the copyright of the game. That is correct. However, you do legally own one copy. You own the rights to one instance of the game by buying it, and you have ownership of that instance, not of the copyright as a whole, but of the instance of it. So that being said, it's kind of like, what are you guys trying to argue here when you're trying to bullshit that? Well, you don't own the game. Well, no one's saying that
wasn't
you own.
Ubisoft the company a few months or a year or whatever back ago that talking about how they wanted to copyright claim like gameplay videos?
Think so, something like that.
I remember there was I don't remember which. I think it was Ubisoft where they were talking about like because what's the extreme version of because I've had it where you have a Batman on Arkham City, right? I have a bunch of Arkham City gameplay videos up, and the music of the game is copyrighted, so I can't have it play, otherwise it's going to get a copyright claim, which doesn't exactly hurt me at the moment. I'm not monetized, but I'd rather be safe than sorry, because YouTube's such a pain in the ass, and we've already had a copyright strike here on this channel. So
details.
By a deep short, and yeah, so I took I muted the music for it and just recorded the game. So, and Halo 4 does the same thing, because Halo 4 soundtrack is copyrighted. But if you do it with if Ubisoft can copyright your game, like essentially you have footage of the game online, they can essentially take legal action.
That's pretty fun.
Or at the very least own, like, they technically own the video and would make money off of it, not you. Your video. And
Detailed details.
let's see. Do you see a future where the majority of Ubisoft games, if not all of the games, are tied into quartz and digits in some way? Actually, we are a very decentralized company already. We let each project's team decide if they want to have digits or not, or use the quartz platform itself, so it's open. But obviously
Bullshit.
the Tom Clancy games would be the first point of call. Potentially. As he laughs, potentially. Moving on from games... The penguin.
Yes, exactly.
Hell, the penguin. This was literally the penguin's type of jam. He would get, if the penguin was a real life character, he would be living it up in the AAA gaming industry. Like the comic book version of the penguin.
And all this shit.
Like the penguin from the comics and the animated series would just like be the AAA gaming industry for me, man. Like, cause he would be rocking those scams. Moving on from games, then. During your presentation on quartz and digits, you mentioned possible future acquisitions of decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAO. What did you mean by that? Did I mishear? I meant the future of user acquisition. When you talk to the DAO guys, like Yield Guild Games, wow, try saying that 10 times. They really see themselves as a new tool for user acquisition in games. Because if you build a good play-to-earn experience, which I don't think any AAA game has really done in the last 10 years. Okay, 8 years.
How dare you insult them in such a way by telling the truth?
Shut up, okay. I'll insult anyone I want. You're not the boss of me. I'm my own boss. I created myself.
Did you, though?
Those guilds will come... Those guilds will come to your game, and they will boost up your ecosystem, and the net effect is that you need to engage the whole economy and community. Seriously, this is talking about stock exchange, not games. Attracting guilds talks very specifically to the play-to-earn space. Is that something you're interested in? And if so, would it be via a new IP, or will you look to apply play-to-earn to a existing IP? Yes, we're interested in play to earn. For us, it's the same logic to what we're doing today. So we're trying to think of Ubisoft games as a place where your experience can provide the most value possible. So, in other words, you play and have fun, right? No.
No.
Meaning that there are different kinds of value as you play a game. You mean the emotional value from like a really good story? No.
No.
There's the fun, of course. The pleasure you get just by playing. There's the fact that you can learn things. For instance, in Assassin's Creed, you learn about his really.
You haven't learned about history in
argument in the original
forever.
Assassin's Creed games, because the original Assassin's Creed games, save for the characters like Ezio and Altair and whatever, and the Assassins and Templars, they did strive to be as historically accurate as they could without compromising the story that they were trying to tell. And
but
the characters that they were
fucking
writing.
Years ago, though.
But then you have the modern Assassin's Creed games where they just don't give a flying.
Oh no.
Oh, let's see.
Like nothing about those nowadays.
Although I will give him credit. I did learn some Italian Italian swearing from Assassin's Creed Brotherhoods.
Assassino.
And based on what I've learned there, these guys are bastardos, and this is all just a cazzo waste of money.
A whole bunch of hoopla. Don't you know?
Let's see. You learn about history, blah, blah, blah. We worked on experiments in old games when you can learn new soft skills. What the fuck is that? Like software?
Don't ask questions.
What the fuck's that even? Whatever.
Don't ask
Continuing. A game can be a lot of things and can bring a lot of things to players. Like the original, like Assassin's Creed Revelations is an emotional story that I still can't help but feeling something for at the end every time Ezio gives that speech at the end where he had a fulfilling life and all that. Because goddamn, they were really good at writing that back then.
Back then.
Yeah. Adding a real-world value reward might be the next addition on top of all the value the game offers or used to offer.
Yeah, so much value. Not.
Yes, make a finished game and then sell it for just a
Yeah.
flat fee, and that's it. That game has value. Take Halo CE, 20 years old now. It's going on 21. It's about to be old
And
enough to
people are
drink
still
in
playing
America. And
Because that's a good game.
yeah, because it was a solid, complete game. It has replay value, and I mean, granted, nowadays, ever since really 2003, you can get it for free on PC, and that was part of the Master Chief Collection on PC. But I mean, games like that is I can have a used copy of, say, Transformers: War for Cybertron, right? Or Fall of Cybertron, or say Spider-Man: Shattered Dimensions. All right, I'm going to sell my used copy, right? Because I'm done with it, whatever. I'm never going to do that because I love that game too. But hypothetically, I can sell that game because the game has value. Not going to be able to sell it for the same price that the retail price, $60. But at least I'd be able to make some money. But that you can't do that with these games. A, because they're all digital. And how do you even sell an all digital game without going to
I have to go. I got to go start getting ready for bed.
Okay.
I just realized it's after
All right.
10, so I got to jump. So,
All right,
see you, everyone.
And it's just me now. All right, so let's see. Quartz is just a continuity of what we're already doing. Must be handled well, I would say, or properly. That's why it does not make sense to use an existing game with economy and trying to move it over to a play-to-earn economy. So what they did was wrong, and they're admitting it. Because they added it to Ghost Recon Breakpoint, which is a game that released 2 years ago? A pre-existing IP, a pre-existing game. They earned it. It already had a pre-existing, extremely predatory and shitty monetization system, which is a pre-existing economy. It truly needs to be built from scratch because it's a very different way to think about the game economy and monetization. I'm sure. More sense for you guys, at least. Will you, or are you already in discussions to license Ubisoft characters as crossovers with other NFT games, like an Axie from Axie Affinity that looks like a rabbit? Those are words, but I don't know what they mean. Rabbit. Oh, Rabbids, the game Rabbids. But Axie Infinity, I don't know what that is. Are you guys looking into things like that and trying to spread the Ubisoft brand in the space? In the past, we made some experiments in joining Crypto Kitties and Rabbids, so there's definitely an avenue to cross-band experimentation like this. For now, there is nothing that is about to be shipped, but yes, internally, it's a probability at some point as that kind of activation technology provides in the end. That's the last of that interview there. Jesus fucking Christ. This is essentially just... It's either... Half of it is... It's essentially split into 1/3. 1/3 of it is Ubisoft calling you stupid for not understanding what they were trying to do with the NFT. The other half is them lying about the NFTs and how it'll make it better when it's just going to make things better for them and make them more money and make worse products for you, the customer. And 3 is essentially just, blowing themselves. Is that a cynical approach to this? Totally. But that is what I do. Speaking of NFTs, though, so related news, I guess, Castlevania had 35th anniversary, and they celebrated it by selling you NFTs. Obviously, it's ended now, but it was a thing. You can purchase NFTs, I guess. Castlevania has a huge cult following. I'm not a huge Castlevania guy, but I know many who are, and I'm curious if they were pissed about this or not. I have not asked. If anyone's watching, whether comments or live chat, also hey Major. If you're watching and you love Castlevania or whatever, what did you think of this? I can't imagine that you thought it was good. And I remember covering 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, Square Enix, the CEO, president of Square Enix, hopes the NFT And that's all he cares about because president of a major AAA gaming corporation versus, and that's not to say someone in that type of position couldn't have a passion for stuff like this, for the games and company products they make. I'm just saying that they don't, because they've shown that they don't. At least these specific people. Maybe someone might come along one day, but I'm not here to deal in, I mean, I do deal in hypotheticals, but right now I'm dealing in the reality. And that is that NFTs are bad. Stay away from them. Please don't engage in NFTs. It is a scam, and it is essentially money laundering for these companies. But here, Square Enix president Isuki Matsuda has published a New Year letter and this was back at the beginning of January, given how it's currently January 31st, about to become February and all that, which means that I will start my annual Alien Isolation playthrough. Anyway, back to the article. Has published a New Year letter in which he expresses the company's enthusiasm for emerging industry trends such as NFTs and blockchain technology, saying NFTs are... Wait, is this a quote or... Oh, here's the quote. Okay. NFTs, for anyone who don't know, is unique, non-interchangeable units of data stored on a blockchain, a form of digital ledger, which effectively allow users to own, buy, and sell digital items such as in-game artwork. And from an artwork perspective, that's really the only use they could have. But even then, how is it any different than just selling your artwork outright without NFTs? I don't see a difference, really, aside from NFT being involved. If you're just selling artwork, like I make logos for people. I hold said logos to those people I made them for. I hold the, they are now the copyright owner and all that of that logo because I made it for them. And I get a percentage whenever they use anything based on that logo because that's the deal I struck with them. But it is, how's that any different than just, okay, I made it an artwork, made it an NFT, and I sell it? I guess it's, the only difference I see is that other people can then, whoever you sold it to then can sell it themselves to someone else, and then they can sell it, and then they can sell it, and then they can sell it. This way it keeps exchanging hands, whereas the logo I made, if he can't really, I mean, he could theoretically, but I would still be getting a cut. Because I made it. That's the deal I made. Anyway, many game companies have already started selling digital items as NFTs, such as Ubisoft with their quartz and digit stuff that we just talked about in the interview that we read. Though this has attracted criticism from many, I should say, due to the format's high carbon footprint and what many perceive to be cynical implementation, let alone the fact that it just should not be in video games. Not. I cannot stress that enough. It should not be in a video game. Video games are to play and have fun. They are games. Not stocks, not trading and marketing. I mean, they have marketing for them, but they are not marketing themselves. Although that could be taken out of context because some games do market themselves, but the game itself is not a market. Like the game, like an actual game. Like I'm playing AVP 2010. That game, that AVP 2010 is not a market. It's a game. AVP, the franchise, can be marketed and there is a market there, but the game itself, the specific game I'm playing, is not a market game. English is a very interesting language. In his letter, Square Enix's Matsuda listed NFTs alongside the metaverse, a term used to describe a hypothetical online virtual world that doesn't exist yet. Probably shouldn't. Cloud tech and cryptocurrency as major trends he sees in the games industry, which he indicated the publisher would pursue. The president said he believed that blockchain games hold the potential to enable self-sustaining game growth by pushing a play-to-earn concept. He also acknowledged cynicism around blockchain from some corners, but claimed that it would attract a new audience. Right, like how monetization in games has already attracted a new audience who don't know better or are addicted or know better and just don't care. and the secret squirrel option number 4, who are just morons. And yeah, and again, if anyone believes that these companies have your best interest at heart, stop fooling yourself. They don't. Their only interest is lining their own pockets with more money. Because their goal and business as a corporation is to make money. They don't care how and who they hurt to do it. Let's see. Matsuda also said that Square Enix could introduce its own cryptocurrency to power such games by saying, "I realize that some people who play to have fun and who currently form the majority of players have voiced their reservations towards these new trends, and understandably so. However, I believe that there will be a certain number of people whose motivations is to play to contribute, by which I mean to help make the game more exciting." Wow. I hate this timeline. Traditional gaming has offered no explicit incentive to this latter group of people, who were motivated strictly by such inconsistent personal feelings as goodwill and volunteer spirit. Seriously, this is so... I feel dirty reading this, but I have to. For the edification... The exec went on to suggest that the ability for others to earn from their digital creations and games could revitalize user-generated content and claimed the lack of incentives had previously limited user creation. By the way he just says it makes me think of like, okay, I run X IP, right? I'm going to make a new IP, and I'm going to make a movie. But anyone who wants to participate can join me in making this movie and whatever. That's how I'm reading it, or that's how it sounds when I'm reading it. But what it actually is just, here, make a piece of art and you can sell it, and then that person who bought it can then sell it, and yeah. He's essentially fluffing it up more than what it actually is. Or at least that's what it sounds like. It could just be me misinterpreting it. Entirely possible, in which that's on me. But still, he's trying to make it sound better than it actually is, because that's how he's going to make money. And I also love how he acknowledges how people who play to have fun in a game are the majority of players, and have rightfully so voiced their opinions and reservations, because they want to play games. If you want to trade stock and get involved in cryptocurrency and all that, you can do that, and not through a game. To bring this to a Star Citizen analogy, because I like doing that, it's like how in Star Citizen you have player-run organizations, right? Or guilds back in the day, but these are called organizations or orgs, where player-run organizations are essentially in the game, because it's an MMO, real organizations in the game that will serve a function and purpose, and you can have players join your organization and stuff like that. But the organizations in Star Citizen are supposed to be role specific, and by that I mean, okay, my organization, because I run one, is a bounty hunting, like, military for hire. Like, we do odd jobs, like A-team style odd jobs, like a recon exploration job, or provide security for transport, bounty hunting stuff, obviously, mercenary missions. But we're not doing mining. Like, we can do mining and stuff on our own, but like, we're not doing mining. That's not what you're paying us for. That's not our specialty. That's not what we do. We're not doing the cargo hauling. Like, we may do a job that involves cargo hauling and providing the security or whatever for that, but that's not our specialty. You're hiring us for combat oriented or recon and stealth and operations oriented specialties, not not trading, not resource gathering. That's not what type of stuff that we do in my organization. That's not what we're planning. We're planning for more combat and more stealth and exploration stuff. So this way we can get a mix of the space adventurer along with oh cool, I'm exploring new worlds and seeking out new civilization and stuff like that, like Star Trek. And that's why, okay, there are other organizations that are doing the trading and are doing the mining and are doing that. And then you have a lot of organizations that try to do all of it, right? Because, well, this way you get the most amount of people if you're doing everything. But at the same time, it's like that means you're And some of these organizations are successful in recruiting because it works, but that's not what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be a specific. This way, you're the best at what you do, right? That's the whole point of it. You know, if you're a trading organization, you ideally want to focus primarily on trade and trade related professions. So this way, you're the best at that thing, and people hire you because of your being the best at that thing. Because that's what and reputation stuff's going to matter in Star Citizen. That's why that's important. And I'm bringing this up because here he's talking because what I'm getting from all of this, the metaverse, NFTs, all this bullshit, is they want to have everything in one thing, right? Which on paper sounds great. In practice, it's not. So, just because not everything is in one place does not make, just because something doesn't do everything does not make it a bad thing. And I'm not going to go into whole, jack of all trades stuff, because I know the full quote, and all jack of all trades, the master of none, but the master of none better than the master of one, whatever that. And honestly, that's a case-by-case basis. Some cases, yeah, imagine having a kitchen that has appliances so that your kitchen can let you do everything. Yeah, that is good. But having an organization, Star Citizen, that does everything means that you're not going to be as good as, or you're not going to be able to do some of those things as well. The specifics of everything that you do. Just whatever. I guess my personal interpretation of that. But I'm just not a fan. I'm just really not a fan of this. Again, it shouldn't be in video games. I don't believe any monetization at all should be in video games, aside from the price of the game itself. But I'm living in a dream world. I'm also old, and I go by the ways of old. The UGC, he goes on, the quote goes on, right, from the letter, the New Year letter. UGC has been brought into being solely because of individuals' desire to self-expression, and not because any explicit incentive existed to reward them for their creative efforts, he wrote. What is UGC? I really went off topic before there. I apologize for that. What is UGC? Whatever, I guess I'll put it on that for now. I see this as one reason that there haven't been as many major game-changing content that were user-generated as one would expect. Really? Then I guess he doesn't know about the modding community for pretty much every Fallout game, all the old Star Wars games. The modding community that's already developed for Star Citizen, that's just waiting for the tools to be ready. The modding community of Cyberpunk 2077, the modding community of Halo. It's like mods are user-generated content for video games. In many cases, the mods are better than the actual game. The example, Fallout 4, Halo 4. Cyberpunk 2077. And so on and so on. However, with advances in token economies, users will be provided with explicit incentives, thereby resulting not only in greater consistency in their motivation, but also creating a tangible upside to their creative efforts. I believe that this will lead to more people devoting themselves to such efforts and to greater possibilities of games growing in exciting ways, from having fun to earning to contributing. The wide variety of motivations will inspire people to engage with games and connect with one another. It is blockchain-based tokens that will enable this. By designing viable token economies into our games, we will enable self-sustaining game growth. It is precisely this sort of ecosystem that lies at the heart of what I refer to as decentralized gaming, and I hope that this becomes a major trend in gaming going forward. I hope it does not, but unfortunately, it will be. Based on track records and what we've already seen and just the idiocy of the world as we know it, it's going to happen, unfortunately. Matsuda said that incorporating decentralized games into Square Enix's games portfolio, in addition to traditional games, will be a major strategic theme for us starting in 2022. He wrote, the basic and elemental technologies to enable blockchain games already exist, and there has been an increase in societal literacy and acceptance of crypto assets in the past few years, unfortunately. We will keep a close eye on the societal shifts in this space while listening to the many groups of users that populate it, and ramp up our efforts to develop a business accordingly, with an eye to potentially issuing our own tokens in the future. And yeah, so that's concerning, especially if you're a fan of games that are made by Square Enix. I know that Steam and Valve have said that they are not going to allow blockchain and NFT related technologies, types of games on Steam. Like, they're just going to be banned. And immediately after that announcement, Epic Games goes, oh, we're going to welcome that shit onto our platform. Come on, guys, let's scam these fucking losers out of their money. Because Epic Games, they're scam artists. And emphasis on the scam artists. They have made an art out of scamming people. Hell, downloading their platform is already, they've instantly scammed you because of the technology, the software in their platform that sends your personal information to a third-party company in China. Fun stuff. But yeah, that's a lot of NFT bullshit. Also, I realized that you guys aren't seeing my icon popping up anymore while I was reading. I apologize for that. Okay. Hold on a sec. Good. Okay. Sorry about that. Imagine One says, I haven't bought it yet, Mando, but I have the real Clone Saga comics saved and ready for purchase. Nice. Dude, hold on. Don't buy it. I will give it to you for free. I have copies. I have digital copies of it. I can just, forget you heard. No, I did not say that on the internet. Fucking message me on Discord, okay? Imagine One says, barely know anything about Castlevania, to be honest. I tried playing Super Castlevania on Super Nintendo, but never got far. Understandable. I mean, again, I'm not a huge Castlevania guy. I know Castlevania more for the style of games that they are, not the game itself. Yeah, because Metroid's a similar game to Castlevania. So. And I know Metroid, but I don't know Castlevania much, aside from that it exists and the type of game that it is. I wasn't really into it either. Laughs. Yeah, okay. Yep. Not say anything. You heard nothing. Comes the word. Let's see here. Oh, you are seeing the screen, right? I just want to make sure that's worked. Sorry, I switched to a new thingy on Streamlabs so that this way I don't have to worry about my icon not being there because I'm all alone now. Alright, so, what was it? Oh, last thing on NFT news, we had Atari. Atari got into the NFT thing. So Atari is boarding the NFT train, and in doing so, I don't remember where I had the article. Fudge me. Essentially, Atari has made NFTs that are also loot boxes. It is a double whammy of how fucking scammy can we get with this? Considers all the scam. But yeah, so Atari for their anniversary recently just did it. Like, you know, celebrating the legacy of gaming. Like, it's a celebration, right? It's scam people out of their money with money laundering. Like, seriously, I'm going to put a link to this image in the chat because it is accurate. This is what an NFT is. Here, hold this. Good, I have money, I walk away now. Here, hold this. Good, now I have money, now I walk away. And it doesn't have any actual value at the end of the day. So you're kind of just getting screwed. I mean, yeah, you might be making money, but like, you know, if something goes wrong or gets shut down or whatever it is, you are kind of screwed over. It is a very weird thing. Don't fall for it. You don't even engage. Refuse to engage in the. You can talk about it and spread the word that it's essentially just money laundering scam. Though I highly recommend you do research into NFTs for yourself, just because, well, information is a puzzle and you need all the pieces. You can quote me on that because I quoted my father on it. But anyway, in other news in the gaming industry, we have Sony purchasing Bungie. Bungie, who have, you know, they created Halo and Destiny currently, are now owned by PlayStation. And this is right after we last week covered the news of Activision Blizzard being purchased by Microsoft. So Sony is purchasing Bungie for $3.6 billion. And here's the blog post from the president and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment. Today, I am happy to announce Bungie will be joining the PlayStation family. First off, I want to be very clear to the community that Bungie will remain an independent and multi-platform studio and publisher. As such, we believe it makes sense for it to sit alongside the PlayStation Studios organization, and we are incredibly excited about the opportunities for synergies and collaboration between these two world-class groups. I have spent a lot of time with Pete Parsons, Jason Jones, and the Bungie management team to develop the right relationships where they will be fully backed and supported by Sony Interactive Entertainment and enabled to do what they do best, building incredible worlds that captivate millions of people. Bungie's world-class expertise in multi-platform development and live game services, or games as a service, or GAS, because that's what it is, a load of gas, will help us deliver on our vision of expanding PlayStation to hundreds of millions of gamers. Bungie is a great innovator and has developed incredibly proprietary tools that will help PlayStation studios achieve new heights under Herman Hulst's leadership. Excuse me. Here are a few words from Herman about this exciting acquisition and what it means for gamers. I am absolutely thrilled to announce a new member will be joining the PlayStation family. I've been a fan of Bungie for many years. I've admired and enjoyed the games that they create and have great respect for their skill in building worlds that gamers want to explore. Again, Bungie makes games with outstanding technology that are enormously fun to play. They also have unmatched dedication to the communities that they play their games, and everyone at PlayStation Studios will be excited about what we can share and learn from them. I have spent a great deal of time with senior team at Bungie, and it is clear their experience and skills are highly complementary to our own. We will be ready to welcome the support Bungie as they continue to grow. I cannot wait to see what blah 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 blah. So unlike what's going on with Microsoft, which is funny considering how Sony is like the exclusive platform, right? Where the second they have a game studio, they make a PlayStation exclusive, it does well, purchase that studio. They are now fully PlayStation exclusive. Anything they make is PlayStation, such as Insomniac, who, by the way, is suffering some sexual harassment stuff, supposedly. But Insomniac, you know, where they made the Spider-Man game. Now they're a Spider-Man. Now they're a Sony owned studio, and now they're making a Wolverine game that's going to be PlayStation exclusive. And meanwhile, Xbox is acquiring studios themselves. They acquired Bethesda, and so now they own all the IP Bethesda owns, along with Activision Blizzard, and own all the IPs that they own. And they're going to be making those IPs exclusive to Xbox and PC, but they will still honor and complete the ongoing contracts that those companies and IPs had with PlayStation. So once those contracts are complete, like once all the Call of Duty and, you know, Overwatch or whatever contracts are done with Sony and Xbox is probably going to make some of these things Microsoft exclusive games. I don't see them doing it with Call of Duty just because they're going to be losing a lot of money if they do that. Like, some games are probably going to stay multi-platform, like Call of Duty and Overwatch. Like, existing games are probably going to remain multi-platform. But new games that come out, like a new IP from Activision Blizzard, or a new IP from Bethesda, or a new game in an existing franchise, is probably going to become a Microsoft exclusive. Whereas here, they're saying that that won't be the case with Bungie on their PlayStation. But as they clearly highlighted in the previous two statements, they are looking to, I think what they're trying to do with Bungie is they're hiring Bungie for live service expertise. They're going to be Sony's probably looking to making live service games, or making more of them. Especially now that they're losing Activision Blizzard, which was pretty much their sole source of live service games. Not sole source, but their source of popular live service games that made them money. So they're probably going to use Bungie to make their own live service games. And I'm just always depressed whenever I see the mention of live service anyway. Okay, we got a few words from Pete Parsons, CEO of Bungie, saying, "We believe games have limitless potential and that do anything worthwhile in entertainment. We must bet big. We must bet big on our vision, on our studio, and on our incredible team of trusted creators who build unforgettable worlds that truly matter to people. In Sony, we have found a partner who unconditionally support us in all we are and who wants to accelerate our vision to create generation-spanning entertainment, all while preserving the creative independence that beats in Bungie's heart. Like us, Sony believes that game worlds are only the beginning of what our IPs become. Together, we share a dream of fostering iconic franchises that unite friends around the world, families across generations, and fans across multiple platforms and entertainment mediums. Today, Bungie begins our journey to become multi blah 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 blah, all the same. Actually, I can go on reading all this, but I'll put the link in the what's from face description or in the comment section later, so you can read it for yourself. But also, I mean, none of this is gonna be surprising. It's just gonna be, oh, we're so happy to be part of Sony. Sony's gonna be saying, oh, we're so happy that they're a part of us, and it's just gonna be a lot of hand holding and from either side. It's a merger. What do you expect? So, bottom line, Bungie is now going to be Sony owned, but they won't be Sony exclusives. And here you have like some trying to be inspirational stuff, like since taking flight in 1991, Bungie has always charted the future with our own star map, a path that has driven our people. Who is this from? Oh, is this a continuation? Wow. Okay, yeah, I'm not reading all. And obviously, the obvious irony here is that Bungie used to be an Xbox owned studio when they were making Halo. And then they were actually owned by Activision Blizzard, who they then left Activision Blizzard and became independent. Meanwhile, Activision Blizzard is now owned by Microsoft as well. So that is kind of interesting. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. But yeah, Bungie will be an independent subsidiary of Sony Interactive, and to put it in legal, I'm just more descriptive, not layman. Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Both Bungie and Sony Interactive Entertainment believe that game worlds are beginning. Oh, I already read this. The other one. But yeah, the deal caps off a massive January for the games industry acquisitions. Take-Two announced an agreement to acquire Zynga for roughly $12.7 billion on January 11th. And Microsoft followed up with a $68.7 billion deal to acquire Activision Blizzard a week later, which, again, they haven't acquired Activision Blizzard yet. To clarify. They are working on a deal to acquire. Like, the deal is kind of made, but it's not done because the deal has to be vetted and processed and approved before it can go through. And that won't be until 2023 to 2024. So they won't actually own Activision Blizzard until then. But effectively they do already own. So it won't be until 2023, 2024 that Bobby Kotick, the just shit-faced asshole of a CEO in person, will be gone. He's still going to be CEO of Activision Blizzard. He's still going to be taking a huge amount of pay, and he'll be taking pay as he leaves from a very generous severance package. It's disgusting. It sucks, and at least getting rid of him would be the first step in making things better for the employees of that company. However, the many employees of Raven Software are already unionizing, so hopefully that works out for them. I hope so, at least. We need more unions for developers in the game. But yeah, this would be the second time Bungie has been bought by a platform holder. Microsoft acquired the studio in June of 2000, securing its then upcoming shooter Halo as an exclusive title for the original Xbox 2001 launch, November 15th, 2001. Bungie would regain its independence shortly after the launch of Halo 3 in October 2007. It produced 2 more exclusive Halo games because they were still under contract, which were Halo 3 ODST and Halo Reach, before signing a 10-year deal with Activision that would lead to the creation of Destiny franchise. And then they left and then they left prematurely because they're like, nah, fuck you guys suck. Although Bungie is also, there's been harassment. There's been a harassment scandal there. Insomniac's been dealing with one. Riot Games, Ubisoft. Again, the abuse and harassment and discrimination of employees in major AAA gaming companies, unfortunately, is the normal of the industry, not the exception. The exception is the companies that don't partake in it. And it's horrible. It shouldn't exist. It's not right, but it is the case, and it needs to be fought again. Speaking of, our next top, forgot to mention this, so that's my fault. But Ubisoft kills Hyperscape. So for anyone who doesn't know, Hyperscape is I don't even know what it is, but it's essentially, it was a game that released in 2020, and they decided to kill it. They did not really give a reason. They just said that they will be taking key learnings from this game into future products. But they did not provide a reason for why they are ending the title's development and shutting it down. However, key developers from Hyperscape team, including executive producer Graham Jennings, I'm just calling him Jennings, or her, I don't know. Creative director JC, art director Michael Labbit. I suck at names, so I'm only going to pronounce that what I can. Game director Thomas Simmons and technical director Thomas Felix all left Ubisoft early last year to create their own studio called Monster Club. Shortly after their departure, communications for the title went dormant. Prior to the news of the game's cancellation, last news update on the official site was posted in early April 2021, so nearly a year ago, while the game's Twitter account hasn't posted since June of last year. So it was kind of on the deathbed for a while. Okay. Again, I knew this game came out because it was one of the games that like premiered one of these back when, but other than that, what it is, or I don't care. But apparently it's a vertical close quarters fast paced shooter. Oh, it's a battle royale game. Okay, so definitely don't care. But yep, for anyone who did play it, if you enjoyed it, I'm sorry, but and more positive news, I guess. Call this negative or positive, really. Steam Deck orders opened February 25th. For anyone who doesn't know, the Steam Deck is essentially it's Valve's attempt to make a Nintendo Switch, but it's an actual PC that it's a handheld PC that you can plug in a keyboard or plug it into a monitor or and plug a keyboard into it. But you can use it as a desktop, but you can also take it on the go and play games on it. And you can run pretty much. I imagine you can run every Valve game that's on it. So Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, Portal 2, Team Fortress 2, etc. CSGO. Yeah, you can probably run all those games on it, no problem. And you can probably run one of the games they showcased that can be run on it was Doom Eternal. So you can definitely run some pretty cool games on it. It's not going to be like a really horrible, like, oh, this game runs at like 10 FPS and it's got less pixels on a phone. Like, no, this thing it's heavy. It's got some heft to it from the design and everything, but it's actually really cool. We covered it during the initial reveal of it way back in, I think it was July last year. Yeah, last July. We covered it extensively because it's a really cool concept, and I want to see Nintendo kind of get competitors in the portable gaming market, because I just think competition is necessary for an industry to grow and innovate. Exclusivity makes things deteriorate, if not stagnate. So, besides, it's a freaking portable PC. I mean, who doesn't want to play Half-Life on the go? That's the way you can have people when you're playing. My God, what are you doing? Sorry, Half-Life scientists. Yeah. So the pre-orders are in. If you don't pre-order, if you don't pay for your reservation, because the way you had to pre-order was you had to like reserve a spot because they only had a limited amount they can make due to all the chip shortages, and just PC components right now are just kind of, well, it's just a shit market right now. But if you didn't pay before the time period, you lose your spot, and then it would be the next person in the queue. So if you didn't pay for your pre-order yet, like if you pre-ordered but you didn't pay, then it's just going to go to the next person. You had to reserve a spot right on the queue, and then you had to pre-order or something like that. I don't even remember. I'm sure if whoever watches the old stream and actually listens to me, I'm sure they'll know more than I remember right now. On February 25th, Steam will send out the first batch of emails to those with reservations of the console. From there, customers will have 3 days to purchase it for the shipping date of February 28th. So, yeah, hopefully people will actually get their Steam Deck soon. I'm curious to see how it functions and all that, because it just looks cool. Like, and I don't mean like, oh, visually it looks like, the concept of it is a very cool concept. I like not high end. I would say like a cheap but functioning gaming PC specs into a portable device. At the time, Valve founder Gabe Newell said that Steam Deck gives people another way to play games they love on a high-performance device at a great price, and I don't know that. But yeah, I don't know, it's definitely cool. It definitely, if you're like a college student or something, this would be a fucking perfect for you. Like, I'm just mad, like, because you don't want to be schlepping. Or you probably have a laptop for school or work or whatever it is, but for people who travel a lot or really just don't have the ability, whatever it may be, like through work or just living expenses, whatever it is, you don't have the ability to have a desktop. I don't have the room for it. I don't have it because I'm constantly moving around and all that. I need my computer for work, and this is kind of the perfect alternative if you like playing games and you're moving a lot, moving around, traveling. But anyway, that's just my opinion on it. I think it's a cool idea. I could be completely wrong, and it could be a complete shit show when it releases. We won't know until it releases. But at the moment, the concept is very, very cool. I do want to point that out. I could be completely wrong, and this can be just land on its face horribly. But the concept of the Steam Deck, and from what I've seen of the specs and everything on their website, definitely looks promising. But looks can be deceiving. I don't want to say like, oh, it's all great, like, as I was saying, like, oh, it's perfect for this. Yes, it is, but I could be wrong, and also just don't fall for the hype, right? Just do your research, look at it methodically, think, do you need it versus do you want it? And is it better for you to have this over just a desktop? Like, is it worthwhile to build your own PC or buy pre-built or get this and stuff like that? What do you need to are you that into gaming that you need one? Anyway, I'm not here to shop for you. I'm just here to offer really bad advice and give you the news in a very interesting, not just stupid layout. I don't know. Fuck it. So yeah, that's that. Let's see. We also have. I have the list of topics. Okay, here we are. So Raven Software unionization. Awesome. Okay, so I keep mentioning this throughout the stream. So Raven Software, we covered it a bit last week because they were on strike. Activision Blizzard naturally was saying, no, you guys, we don't know anyone. No one's on strike. What are you talking about? But they were on strike because of the horrible mistreatment, the fact that they were firing people after record years of revenue, and like essentially once they were done with contracts, they were fired essentially. Versus, hey, we want a job, or just it's a whole mess. But here, so the Raven QA strike ends following unionization vote. I think we covered this last week. But the strike over redundancies at Raven Software has ended just shy of 2 months after it started. Employee rights group ABK Workers Alliance made an announcement via its official Twitter account yesterday following Friday's news that QA testers within the Call of Duty support studio had voted to unionize. The group emphasized that the Game Workers Alliance union has not officially formed yet, as it is waiting for recognition from Activision Blizzard leadership. ABK Workers Alliance said but by ending the strike, we are acting in good faith and are asking for good faith. It added, we appreciate all the community support throughout the strike. The protest began in early December following news that Activision was laying off a third of the QA team at Raven Software, despite that the game that they are supposedly providing support for was doing horribly at the time. Maybe that was why, but I mean, now that they went on strike, it's been doing even worse. Although the publisher instead said it declined to extend their agreements, but they were going to fire them. Affected workers complained of long-running promises, full-time positions, and the fact that some had been required to relocate for the role. So they had to relocate for a role that wasn't even a full-time job, and they were promised a full-time jobs, and then once the contract ran out, they were fired. Great. Words of protest plans quickly spread, and a few days later, a crowdfunding campaign was created to help finance the strike. This effort went on to raise more than $375,000. Yesterday, ABK workers, yesterday being last Sunday, not even this past Sunday, Sunday last week, they tweeted that unused strike funds are being stored for future organizing and strike efforts. So they're going to just keep them for future strikes, unionization efforts, hopefully. And hopefully it's not being misused, dealt out to the other, used for the funds that it was created for. Shortly after the strike began, union authorization cards were passed around workers in an effort to prompt the National Labor Relations Board into holding an election on the creation of the union. Activision Blizzard reportedly discouraged employees for signing these cards. 1 month after the layoffs were announced, the strike was still in effect, with representatives claiming that there had been no response from Activision management. Activision told gaming industry that Raven leadership had engaged in dialogue with staff to hear concerns. 2 weeks ago, an Activision Blizzard filing with the Security and Exchange Commission claimed the company was not aware of any labor strikes or pending legal proceedings against the company. The filing followed the news that Microsoft plans to acquire Activision dollars at ABK Workers Alliance. Said this does not change. We covered that last week. Okay. This came out the day we did our podcast last week, so I don't think I'm not sure if we covered it. If we did, I just repeated the same news. Apologize for that. Here is the most recent news of it. So this week, last Friday, the ABK Workers Alliance Communications Work for America asked Activision Blizzard to voluntarily recognize a union of Raven software QA testers in light of the fact that 78% of eligible QA staff were already in favor of unionizing. They did the vote, and the vote was 78%. On Monday, they received an answer more or less, as Raven Software Studio head Brian Raffel told the staff the company was restructuring, splitting up the QA team and embedding them within various other teams across the studio, production art, engineering, etc. Raffel said the change had been in the works for months and did not mention the union push. However, it does conflict with the union, and it does feel like this is their way to fight it. This way they're not unionized because they'll be split up against parts of the studio. The next day, Raffel directly addressed this question of unionization separately in an internal email, telling staff Raven expects the staff to take the matter to the National Labor Relations Board. Here's a quote on the matter. Oh boy, this is not expected. So here's the full story for those who want it. Why am I trying to go? Here it is. But yeah, but here's the pretty much just the most recent update on it, which is how they voted and they got 78%. I think they're trying to push for a union, and Activision Blizzard's fighting them in kind of passive aggressive tactic, under the table, underhanded tactic, where it's like, oh, we're gonna change where all these people are, so this way they can't. Like, essentially, we're gonna do everything we can, aside from just outright saying, please don't form a union. But I think they should form a union, especially after what we've learned of ongoings and that the people that were responsible for some of the shit that went on in that company are still there and still in their power, such as chaotic. So, in other words, the gaming industry sucks. Like, really fucking sucks. I mean, like, Activision Blizzard was shredding evidence and other important documents last year while being investigated by multiple different entities, such as the Security Exchange Commission, the EEOC, the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, California, like all the investigations and lawsuits and being investigated by the investors, as well as lawsuits from the investors because Bobby Kotick hid all this shit from them. And they were shredding evidence while being investigated. That is illegal. But here they are. They're too powerful to throw in jail. Also, kind of unrelated, really shitty gaming news. Activision Blizzard, Epic, the Epic versus Apple case continues, where 35 U.S. states file an antitrust case against Apple in support of Epic. Now, this worries me just because here's the thing. As we've talked about in this show in the past, neither Epic or Apple are innocent, nor are they the good guys. It's a bad guy versus bad guy situation. There's no good guys here. However, and Apple is definitely the more well-known, but Epic is definitely, from what I'm aware of, and this is just from what I'm aware of, definitely the more shady of the two, given how they're practically in bed with China. I mean, they're 41% owned by China, or 40% owned by China. I'm actually going to double check that. Talking out of my butt. They are 40% owned by Tencent, which is pretty much just the gaming industry in China. So, yeah, not great. Especially considering how they're claiming the fight for the little guy and competition and all this bullshit. Yet guess what Epic Games Game Store does? Exclusives. Granted, they're timed exclusives, but it's always an exclusive. Not to mention the fact that they claim to be fighting for the little guy, right? All the little publishers and developers. Except they steal from said publishers and developers, like ideas for games and stuff. And incorporate them into their own games so that they can make money off of it. So, I mean, it's just typical AAA gaming bullshit where it's just, they say one thing and then go behind your back and do the opposite. Trying to screw you over, as Cam was was saying very well. Better than I can anyway. But yeah, it's just more of the same shit, and it's tiresome, it's annoying, it's unfortunate, but people have to be aware of it, right? You gotta stay informed, you gotta know what you're dealing with. So this way you're better informed and better prepared for whatever new situation pops up, such as NFTs in games or whatever the hell next is lined up for customers. Holy shit. MJ1 says, seriously? Insomniac has issues? Oh yeah. Oh, Insomniac has issues. Let me find the article. You always know it's good when your search comes up with Insomniac and then the finishing is games harassment. That was a joke. Why am I finding? I have to find the freaking article in my. I have a list of articles and I just have to read URL to find. Apologize, just take. Epic Games generated $840 million in customer spending during 2021 from the Epic Games Store specifically. Epic Games expands a new studio in Poland. Meanwhile, Blizzard Entertainment's making a new survival IP. Riot Games is suing a League of Legends clone. Riot Games themselves is involved in some harassment stuff and has suffering some legal action from it. Aha, that's why. Because okay, now I know why I couldn't find it, because the article was it was titled Ubisoft and Insomniac. I was just looking for Insomniac. That's why. But yeah, Ubisoft and Insomniac face allegations over mistreatment. I mean, this is from June of last year, by the way. Oh, sorry, 2 years ago, 2020. When the initial Ubisoft scandal first was made public of all the sexual harassment going on. Hires internal consultant. Meanwhile, their Singapore studio is now going, last year, was suffering the same problems. Turns out their internal consultants, sorry, their external consultants didn't do shit. Let's see. Insomniac, former character artist, said they left the company because it was a widespread mistreatment of women. I have a list in the double digits of women who were harmed by the actions of this company. Some so much so that they declined to speak about it to me at all. Insomniac has throttled the careers of great women, left them no option but to resign, and protected sexual predators. So the same bullshit that we're seeing at all these other companies. Insomniac has I read it. In response to the allegations, Insomniac said, "We were aware of the allegations made in a former employee's tweets today and had taken numerous steps to address them. For legal and privacy reasons, we will not respond to individual allegations about specific former employees. We are a workplace family that has actively promoted diversity, inclusion, blah, 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 the same BS, signal virtuing bullshit that they all spout. It's all copy and paste nowadays." But yeah, so there's your question answered, but probably not satisfied, I assume. There's nothing about this as satisfying. It's all depressing. Are people like Sarkeesian chick partly responsible for this shit? Who's Sarkeesian chick? And I don't know. I mean, to me, this stuff has been going, because all the harassment that I've read about and all these stories that we've been covering over the last year, they've been going on at these companies for years. Like Activision Blizzard, this is like a multi-decade problem that's been going on at Activision Blizzard. Bungie, probably not multi-decade, but, you know, long enough that it was a problem. Same with Insomniac, especially as we just read. Same with Ubisoft. Ubisoft, they, you know, apparently went back to 2012 or earlier. Riot Games, it's kind of been going on forever. They're fully owned by Tencent, by the way. So I don't know who this Sarkeesian person is. Anita Sarkeesian, I don't know who that is, but I doubt it has anything to do with one specific person. This is a problem across the entire industry. Is this Sarkeesian person known for harassment? Because she's not mentioned in any of the stories I've read. They're all mentioning Bobby Kotick and you know, the CEO and the president and all these higher up execs of all these companies like Ubisoft and Activision Blizzard and Riot Games and so on and so forth. And it's all the same crap. Again, I'm willing to believe that in some cases it was true, especially when you have the studios then saying, "Oh yeah, we were aware of these allegations, confirming that they existed, and we're going to be taking the proper actions to address them." Why didn't they take the proper actions to address them then? Why are they only doing it now? Because people are pointing a light on it now. They're happily sweeping things under the rug. But yeah, games industry sucks. It is a horrible, toxic place, and I'm not using that word like it is by most people today. I mean toxic, like actually toxic. Ubisoft, like here, Ubisoft in particular is facing criticism after dozens of allegations flew at the number of individuals in the publisher's ranks such as physical threats of rape, and a racist and homophobic work culture at Ubisoft Sofia, which is one of their studios. One former Ubisoft employee accused current producer and brand manager Adrian Bungie of manipulation, emotional abuse, and rape. And obviously, Activision Blizzard, we did several episodes regarding the work culture there. The cubicle crawls where the men were getting drunk, crawling on all fours from cubicle to cubicle and groping women at their cubicles. One of them involved a female employee committing suicide based on the events that happened in the company. It's horrible. But of course, nothing happens. And the court cases are going to be in court for years because they have the money to prolong them. What do you mean in regard to the video game industry being shitty? Are people like, you asked if people like Sarkeesian are partly responsible for this shit. Responsibility would claim that it's her fault that it exists. I think it existed before she did. Whoever she is. I don't even know who she is. If she's a she. I take she is based on the name and you referring to her as a chick. But I doubt it's not one person's fault. This is multiple people's fault. It is the company's fault for allowing it. People in charge of those companies for enabling and even engaging in it. So I don't see how the two are remotely related. If she was involved in any of these things, then she's also at fault. But I mean, aside from that, she's just another guilty party in a lineup of guilty parties. I don't see how she's either important or relevant. I don't even know who she is. But again, she's never been mentioned in any of the articles. She was not mentioned in the lawsuit in the case filings that I read regarding Activision Blizzard. So I know that. She worked at these companies. I wouldn't have trouble believing that people would do this, considering how people have done it. So we already have a bunch of names of people that were responsible for this type of crap. Some of them have left the companies, others have been fired. Ubisoft's case, many of them have been fired. What I love about it is how the employees and staff of Ubisoft themselves don't understand the company's new scheme. One person saying, still don't really understand the problem being solved here. Is it really worth the extremely negative publicity this will cause? Saying, how can you look at private property speculation, artificial scarcity, and egoism, and then say, yes, this is good, I want that, let's put it in art? Because again, games are an art form, just like movies, like comic books and books and TV shows. It's all various forms of art. They're turning it into a business while they harass all their employees. Major One says, wow, I'm surprised you haven't heard of Anita Sarkeesian. Lots of people talking about Gamergate mentioned her a lot. I don't even know what Gamergate is. We talked last episode. We were reading something about Gamersgate, and I have no regarding the Microsoft lack of free speech platform bullshit. But Gamergate sounds like a physical thing. Is that like the Keymaster? I am the gatekeeper. I am the Keymaster. Sorry, it sounds silly. Remember, I don't dwell on the internet. I just periodically poke at it. Such as right now. I'm looking at these articles on websites and news outlets across various sources. Hell, I'm technically plugged. I'm offline. Literally, I don't touch an electric device of any kind for 25 hours a week. I am Shomer Shabbat. So. But yeah, that's again, that's the gaming news. It is absolute garbage, and it will probably remain to be so until legal action is taken by the government entities that have the power to do so, but won't because they probably get some benefits from all this shit too. As I mentioned earlier, there's the corporations, just in general, generalizing here, corporations and the government, whether it be American, UK, whatever it is, are supposed to keep each other in line, right? Ideally, you would want to have a moderation, right? A balance between. One of them tries to go over across the line with something, the other one tries to use power to stop it, and vice versa. And obviously, the people get involved too, right? There's three parties: the governments, the corporations, and the people, like you and me, the small fry, the little fish, the little people. That is what we are. We are little people. But yeah, there's right now they're working together for control over you, the little person, because if they control you, the corporations control you so they can get more money out of you. Government controls you so they can keep themselves in power. Amazing One says, okay, I didn't know you haven't heard much about Gamergate or Anita Sarkeesian. I hope I'm saying that right. Sarkeesian. A few years ago, lots of people mentioned both almost every day. Not in the circles I was in. But then again, the circles I was traveling were mostly about the same shit I'm talking about now, with all the monetization bullshit and the lack of quality in games and the degradation of gaming quality. Fucking words, man. Declination? But how games are essentially just going the way of the dodo in forms of money. Money. Kind of sucks. And art as a whole, like entertainment as a whole, is going down the tube. You know, I mean, we covered this topic endlessly. I always rant on about my behavioral modification, or that's what the companies are doing, right? You know, they modify your behavior by pumping crap after crap after crap into you in the form of whether it be just really bad entertainment, rather bad escapism, bad games, bad movies, TV show, whatever it is, or the woke, right, the politically correct propaganda that they're trying to push on you. Whatever it is, neither rate, it's still crap, and they keep pushing it on you. Then they push out something that's mediocre, something that's okay, that once was considered meh, but by comparison, since you've been getting nothing but crap, it's now the best thing ever, and everyone thinks it's great, and that's how they reset the quality bar. That's how they reset your expectations and lower the quality bar, lower your standards. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing it in the gaming industry for the last 10 years. We're seeing it in the movie industry for the last 10 years. We're seeing it in TV shows in most cases. So there are some kind of like, I'd say, lights through the cracks, as they say. But and comic books have been down the tube since, I would say, early 2000s, mid 2000s, depending on who you're reading. But yeah, it sucks because, again, we cover all things escapism here on this channel, and all things escapism kind of suck right now. And if it's not just outright bad, it's being infected with political bullshit that doesn't need to be there because it's supposed to be an escape. And then there's nothing wrong with commentary, but that's not what this is. This is preaching. But I don't need to go on a rant about things people already know or have already heard me rant about before, because they can just watch previous episodes to do that. because I probably said it in a better way in the past than I have now. I'm not really super great with the words, as probably already. In fact, English is my third language. First being violence. But yeah, bottom line, I guess moral of the story, NFTs, stay the fuck away from it and do your own research about it, but stay the fuck away from it. It's a scam and it's money laundering for the corporations. And essentially the way the corporations talk about NFTs, like it's going to be this next best thing, it's going to be amazing, because it will be for them. It'll suck for you. And we're really going towards that cyberpunk future where the mega corporations rule and control every aspect of your lives. I mean, the only thing missing is, well, the cool aspects of the cyberpunk future, like the cybernetic upgrades and the technology. We don't have either of that. We just have all the dumb shit. We have all the pathetic and depressing shit. I guess you can call it a nihilistic cyberpunk. But that's where we're heading, if not are already. This is why indie stuff is so important. Like, if you have an idea for a game, learn how to make a game. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask people for help, because people are also sick of it. Like, other people are sick of this shit too. You're never the only one. Just form a new studio that way. God damn. Luxury one says, I only know 2 languages, English and bad English. Corbin Dallas. Yep. I was talking to someone about that movie. I cannot remember it for the life of me. Who the name of the actor that plays the singer, the black guy in a dress. He was in Rush Hour. Cannot remember his name for the life of me. We were talking about The Fifth Element and Rush Hour, both thinking of the same guy, and we both couldn't remember the actor. I can easily just look on IMDb and just find it, but where's the fun in that? I'm sure the name will come to me when I least expect it. And maybe next week we'll cover the legal trends, because I do not have the attention span to deal with this right now. But essentially talking about the metaverse, whatever the fuck that's supposed to be. Actually, you know what? I read this whole article already, so I could just use it. Essentially, it's talking about everything we've talked about, how it's a scam, and everything from the infamous Diablo auctions to the Ghost Recon Breakpoint Quartz and Digits to the stuff that everything else is doing. Like, it's all just, it's a scam, and it's going to be normalized, just like loot boxes and in-game macro transactions. And the metaverse is, honestly, it sounds like a pipe dream that's going to be controlled by commies, because as highlighted by an article in the New York Post recently, last week, it's actually in my Discord server if anyone wants. I found it interesting. Mark Zuckerberg, the lizard man himself, as people like to call him, is a commie lizard man. And Tim Sweeney's pretty much just, his balls are effectively owned by. Like, yes, he has the remaining ownership of Epic Games, where Tencent owns 40%. But even if you own, here's a fun fact about business, from my limited knowledge of the topic. If you were to own 1% of a company, you still have a significant say in that company, because you own a part of that company. It doesn't matter what the percentage is. You own a part of that company. You have a say in it. Which means that the more percentage you have, the larger say, or the louder say you have. 40% is a significant ownership of a single company. And especially of one that is so large and far-reaching and popular and successful, like Epic Games with their Fortnite and all that bullshit predatory monetization. Chris Tucker. Thank you, Mega J. Why did that? Oh, Chris Tucker. Thank you. Yeah, he's a good actor. I like him. But back to this. Yeah, it's essentially. So, what they're gonna create a virtual reality that you can essentially enter by means of unknown means, so that they can control your mind without you knowing. Because that's what it's opening itself up for. I mean, again, everything in our world nowadays is starting to sound like a really bad, or in some cases good, comic book plot. And I'm not a fan of that, because it's supposed to be a comic book plot, not the real world. Like here, like, you know, they question, this will revive a lot of legal questions that were first discussed when virtual worlds were a hot topic. Rights in virtual property, personality rights of avatars, and interchangeability of virtual objects, and who is responsible if they lose their value for whatever reason. So far, game companies tend to take the position that virtual objects have no real-world value, despite applying real-world value with real-world money. This will become increasingly difficult if and when Metaverse is a place designated for commercial activities. It will also be interesting. It'll also be an interesting conceptual and almost philosophical revolution for the whole sector in a virtual reality environment where everything is meant to have the look and feel of a video game, from a shopping session to a meeting with friends and in a concert or a night at the movies. Then games as we know them today will probably have to change and adapt in order to become the amusement park of the new world, probably more entertaining, more extreme magic. This will probably bring more investments in big technology advancements, not only for the content creation and software part, but also for the hardware side. We already know the manufacturers of consoles makers are fighting over visors and augmented reality tools to make their users' experience grow and grow. Yeah, or you can go to an actual concert or have a real night in the real movie theater, or just meet up with your friends in reality, which for those of us who have done that before, you know, lots of times, endlessly, is just, you cannot replace that. You cannot replace being in a room with someone, hanging out. You know. They will sure try, but they cannot. We are human beings by design are social animals. You need to be with someone in order to, like, that is part of your mental health, actually, which does not bode well for me because but that is a different topic. The topic here is that this is just a bad idea in the making. I can list the reasons, both comic book inspired and reality inspired reasons as to why this is a bad idea. The fact that it sounds like a perfect method of a perfect reason and method for disguising a means of control over a massive audience or a massive group of people, right? Oh, look, they're wearing headsets. Maybe we can tune the headsets to do a little something else for us to them. But yeah. Amazing One says, I used to confuse Chris Tucker with Chris Rock. Maybe it's because the Chris in their name. So they do have similar stand-up routines. So I don't blame you. I used to as well. I'm not gonna lie. I like them both though. I have Chris Rock's book, like a book of jokes where he talks about, like, you know, the cop jokes, right, where they always pull him over. Anyway, getting sidetracked. NFT stuff, non-fungible tokens, blah blah blah. It's discussed everywhere, with arts and games being at the forefront. Pretty much everything we just talked about. They do mention how, what was it? NFT tokens created by the players that can be won and exchanged throughout the game. Certainly a sign of the times. Apparently, in certain Southeast Asian countries, it became also a source of income for those who can no longer earn a living in the COVID-19 pandemic. Topic as well. This might be a moment when we have to re-examine why many are opposed to real money trading of virtual objects. Legal problems really opposed. Changing games balance well. And then they talked about terms of use, which this one was interesting to read. Again, I'm going to put all the links for this in the comment section, just so I have an unlimited character, unlimited character use versus the description. But they talked about how like they're going to have to change a lot of the terms of use. The EU's already changing their new deal for customers, bringing new protection laws for customers, and how they're going to be changing a lot of stuff in the US and all over the world in order to clamp down on game industry. They're going to have to abide by these laws or just not. It's a game. Hopefully this actually comes true. And then we have, of course, the unfinished products. Because, you know what's great? Having an unfinished product you pay $60 for and then pay more money for DLC that complete. As opposed to having a complete game that you pay $60 for and that's it. Not to mention all the other scummy tactics that are involved in in-game monetization. On top of the unfinished product, or if it's fee to play, because they charge you in the game for stuff, but it's free, right? How many times have we heard of scams that start with, oh wait, it's free. Oh wait, it's free. Don't worry about it, it's free. Nothing in this world is free. Clones and other IP disputes. We're already seeing a lot of clones and IP. I mean, that's been a thing in the games industry for decades, 30 years. I mean, Doom clones was literally a tagline. So, yeah, but clones have always been a thing. But now with the NFT stuff and everything, and just how easy it is to fucking clone an NFT, it's a fucking JPEG. It's not gonna be like it. This is gonna make things more muddled, and copyright law is already pretty, along with fair use. Like they're not, like they're specific in some areas and then vague in others. And then you have market dominance in platforms, and they go on about the Epic versus Apple situation, which, I mean, let's be honest, Epic is doing this for no other reason than power. It's a power grab. Hey, let's oust this other guy so that we can then own it, and then do the same exact shit. And they're all, it's just funny because everything they say is a lie. Because they're hypocrites. Because everything they're talking about they fight for, they do the opposite. They fight everything they're claiming to be against. They do everything they claim to be against. You know, oh, we want fair competition, this and that. We're suing Apple, and all the whole Apple versus Epic thing was because they took down the Epic. They took down Epic's Fortnite from the Apple Store after they violated the terms of service contract with Apple, because they tried to get around the Apple terms of service for in-game monetization. Apple takes a cut from in-app purchases. They wanted to get around that so they get all the money. Greed started it, and now it's all just greed. It's essentially, it's a battle. It's just two bullies fighting over who gets your lunch money. Then we have youth protection beyond blood and violence. And this one was interesting too, because honestly, that's the least of it, especially with monetization, loot boxes, other cyberbullying, toxic behavior, and stuff. Like, I don't want, if I had any kid, I'd just give them the games I grew up with. A, it's cheaper. B, it's less harmful to them. Not to mention the fact that, you know, they mentioned data protection, which I kind of find interesting, at least entertaining, because, well, I mean, let's be honest here, none of these companies are actually protecting your data. They're usually selling it. So Google does, probably what WhatsApp does for any of you who use WhatsApp, considering how they make money and they make a lot of money, but no one knows how they make that. I mean, I'm sure some people do, but I don't. I doubt it's from any subscription stuff or anything. It's not like Discord, where Discord's free, but there is a subscription version. Have Nitro. Next one says, to be fair, I also used to confuse Guns N' Roses for ACD. Oh, come on, man. I can't. That one I have to blame you on. Okay. As a kid, I heard the two in Terminator 2 and Last Action Hero. They sounded similar, and the fact that recently Axl Rose sang CTC. Two bullies fighting over who gets your lunch money. That's an interesting way to describe it. It's an accurate way to describe it. Neither of them are doing it for your well-being. They're doing it for their own greed and their own petty... for power. For greed and power. The two most evil things of whatever. You know, aspects of humanity. And now they're and essentially, look, whoever wins, Apple versus Epic, I mean, technically the case was closed, right? On 10 accounts, the judge ruled in favor of Epic on one of them, which was that they had to allow apps that are on Apple's App Store to be allowed to use third-party payment methods like PayPal or whatever, so they can circumvent the in-app purchases agreement that means that Apple takes a cut. So this way they don't have to take it. Aside from that, though, essentially the case was closed, and Epic's like, no, that's not good enough. They're appealing it now, and now 35 states are in favor, are in support of Epic over Apple, because let's be honest, I doubt that your legislator or your representative or your senator or governor is going to know really what Epic does, aside from, Epic, the guys that make Fortnite, aside from that, they're not going to know about it. They're not going to know that they're owned 40% by Tencent. They're not going to know all this shit that they pulled the Epic Game Store, all the hypocrisy. So to them, yeah, Apple's the more evil one, because Apple's more well known for their exclusivity, for their market dominance, for their government stuff like that. So of course they're gonna be against that. But honestly, both are evil, both are scummy, and either way, whoever wins, like whatever happens with the appeal that's going on, either way, whoever wins, we lose. Right? It's like the AVP tagline. Whichever species wins, humans lose, right? That's pretty much the what's happening with Epic versus Apple. And unlike AVP, the humans cannot team up with one of them. We cannot team up with one of them to fight the other. It doesn't work that way. It's fight both or die trying. Yeah, not great. And yeah, SEC already launched it. Blizzard in September. But I actually didn't cover this yet. I apologize. But the Communications Workers of America Union asking the Security Exchange Commission to investigate inaccurate and misleading disclosures made by Activision last week, as it announced a deal to be acquired by Microsoft. As previously reported, this is the updates. This is why, because I noted in my notes, I put updates on Microsoft Blizzard, Activision Blizzard Microsoft acquisition. This is said updates. As previously reported, Activision Blizzard's filings said that the company was unaware of any pending union activities at the company, nor any sort of strike or other work stoppage, which is an outright lie. Raven Software QA testers were on strike for going on a month now, or 2 weeks, whatever, for a while now. They just stopped the strike. However, the company had previously acknowledged the distribution of union cards, which means that or just confirming their own lie, in an email to staff encouraging them not to sign the cards. Like, don't unionize, even though they want to unionize, because it's a good thing for them. It offers them security. Additionally, Raven Software QA developers were on strike at the time and had been for roughly 6 weeks. Okay, so it was right for over a month. At the time of, for 6 weeks at the point the filing was made. So they were already on strike for 6 weeks at that time this happened, that they were lying. The CWA also noted that Activision Blizzard's filing said it was not facing any material unfair labor practice complaint, even though the CWA had filed one such complaint with the National Labor Relations Board back in September. That remains ongoing, a temporary withdrawal aside, but it is still ongoing. It further took exception to the company's statement that no current executives at the senior VP level or higher had been accused of sexual harassment incident that happened since 2018, which, I mean, this has been going on since 2002 at the company, based on the Cosby Suite report that we covered in episode that we titled the Cosby Suite coverage, or whatever it was. By the way, VP level or higher have been accused of sexual harassment, as we covered last week in last week's episode of Cast in the Shadows. Bobby fucking Kotick, the CEO, was not just accused, but has evidence of doing so. He tried to have his assistant killed, let alone knew of the stuff going on, as well as engaged and enabled it. And lied about it to you. Hell, that alone should have all gotten him fired as CEO. But apparently didn't, because too powerful to be. With CWA Senior Director of Government Affairs and Policy, Shane Larson, saying it seems designed to mislead readers into believing that it has been several years since any serious sexual harassment allegations have been leveled at company employees, managers, executives, when it has in fact been ongoing. Like, sexual harassment allegations have been ongoing at the company. Even to this day, there are still problems at the company. Activision makes, they continue on saying, Activision makes a series of statements in its agreement and plan of merger that are clearly contradicted by available evidence and others that omit key information, thus rendering them misleading. We urge the SEC to investigate this claim and take appropriate action, remediate the situation, and ensure that readers of Activision's filings have accurate disclosures available as they consider the proposed merger of Microsoft. I was about to say Acrosoft, fuck's sake. Microsoft. And this is what I meant by they had to approve the merger, because it is such a huge merger that it has to be approved by an external party. And if they're fed disinformation on inaccurate accounts and just straight up lies, that can lead to the merger, whereas this may not. So the merger may not even go through if they actually had accurate information. So it's probably going to go through anyways. These are very powerful corporations, a ton of money, and a lot of pull. But still, it's just lies and inaccurate. It's horrible. The SEC already launched an investigation into September to see if the publisher had any obligation to inform investors about the multiple government agency workplace and, investigations, I should say, and gender discrimination investigation facing. Oh, it is my mistake. Those were the first made public when the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing filed a lawsuit back in July, which can be covered in July. So yeah, this is this could put a whole kink in the Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition. It's not going to, but it has the potential to, but it's not going. Yeah, well, at least I have Star Citizen. It's really, again, that's the reason why all of us here at Cast of Shadows back Star Citizen. It's the only company that's truly making innovations in games. And it's actually aiming for the stars in some cases, literally. They're trying to not just make a solid game based in space that's kind of like a dream space game. They're trying to they're making new tech for the game from scratch. They then have to make the game itself, and it's slow, it's tedious, it's taking a while and a lot of money, but you can't argue with progress. You cannot argue with the results. and right now we have a full star system. By the end of the year, we could have 3 star systems. I think we're only going to have 2, but I'm happy to be wrong in this case. And yeah, that's like, name another game that does what Star Citizen does the way Star Citizen. Like, there are other space games. You know, they got No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous, but it's not the same. They're both in space. In Elite Dangerous case, it's a bit more closer because it's, you know, you're traveling on foot and on planets and all that, but it's different. You know, Star Citizen is clearly. I don't want to say that No Man's Sky doesn't have passion, but like, Star Citizen has like a certain level of care to it that No Man's Sky, from what I've seen, doesn't. Especially considering how most of, like, No Man's Sky is touted to be all procedural generated. Star Citizen is procedurally assisted. That means an artist's hand has to touch everything they do. Every planet, every location, everything. They use procedural assistance to generate some of these areas, but again, assistance and generation are different terms, should be attributed as such, and that is, again, it just, someone has to make each of these planets. Someone has to make each of the outposts on the planet. Someone has to, hell, even some of the NPCs I've noticed, each patch, the NPCs have a little bit more animation and life to them. Like, you're walking past them and they're, you know, acting like tourists, taking pictures and all that, or looking around and stuff like that, versus just standing in place doing that. I can't wait for static server meshing. They can boost the performance of the game and add more to the game. And eventually, later on, when we get dynamic server meshing, which will allow for dynamic server meshing, essentially it would be as you can it would allocate and reallocate resources where necessary. So you're entering a Javelin destroyer, right? One of the biggest ships that you can fly, that you can own, and you're on it. Okay, but you're the only person on the ship, right? Why do you need a whole server? Like, you don't need a whole server for that. Whereas you bring 100 people onto that ship, like 100 other players, all of a sudden you might need multiple servers for that, and it'll allocate multiple servers for that instance, for that Javelin with 100 players on it, versus maybe half a server for one Javelin and a player on it. They did a whole video on, they did multiple videos talking about how it's going to work and what it is. And we've talked about it to death as well here. I highly recommend those videos just because it's literally from their own mouths how the technology works that they're developing. Obviously, they know more about it than I do because they're making it. But yeah, and again, never trust a corporation, right? Like, you don't. Like, you. And again, I don't like, as again, CIG, they haven't really, I don't always agree with everything they do. You know, we always critique their marketing department and a lot of the stuff they do in game. We did so earlier today with their derelict stuff. And we'll continue to do so because, look, we care. We want it to succeed. So we're going to critique things that we don't think are going to work, or have proven not to work, or need fixing. That is with anything. Right? You always have to. Self-regulation barely ever works in a case of a entity, right? Like a corporate entity. So you always got to have people keep them honest. I guess that's what the backers are for CIG, and we probably need to do a better job. I'll admit, definitely need to. Both parties need to work on better communication, specifically CIG. But yeah, I mean, they're definitely better than anything in the AAA gaming industry. So, and they're actually providing, like, they're delivering on their promise slowly, but more than I can say for most of the games today. Like, really every other game, Battlefield 2042. I don't even know what's going on with the Call of Duty aside from Raven Q&A testers being on strike and now unionizing. But yeah, enough of my rambling. I think I'm gonna call it because it has been 5 hours. Most of it me just rambling on and on and on. But yeah, if anyone managed to get this far, to which, how? But if you've managed to get this far, are interested in what we're talking about, or if you've been following it for yourself, which I recommend you do, you know, you again, highly recommend. I cannot stress enough. You need to research things for yourself. That's what I do. It's what we all do. Like we gotta research things. You gotta know what you're getting into, right? Be prepared. But yeah, if you made it this far, first off, Mazel Tov. Second off, why? And third off, what did you think of all this shit? What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comment section because I'm always curious and I'm always interested in striking conversation. Also, yeah, and on that note, I'm going to end it with merchandising, where the real money of the movie is made. Specifically, in this case, the podcast. The real money of the podcast is the only money of the podcast. Give me money. No, but I make artwork. I sell it in the form of physical prints that you can. I print them myself, so I make sure, you know, if I don't like that it. Let me put it this way: I get to be a royal pain in my own ass with this, where it's like, oh, I don't like the quality it printed in. So I'm gonna print 5 versions of it and see which one's the best, just to make sure that people get the perfect version I can possibly make of this. But yeah, I make some things, I print it, and then you can purchase it all on eBay. And I need to make some more things. We also have the merch store, which I need to pull the link for. Just going to be incredibly lazy with this. But I mean, it at least shows you how you can do this yourself. Just literally in the description, right there, bam, where it quite literally says merch. I'll be greeted by this neato banner. The incredibly long loading screen because I keep having to remind people, do not use Teespring on Google Chrome. Sucks. But yeah, we have stuff with our logo on it. We have stuff that has actual artwork on it, and we have stuff that is just words on a T-shirt. I think later today I'm going to add a new T-shirt. So, yeah, that's really it. I hope you guys enjoyed. I apologize if there's an echoing. I cannot do anything about that at the moment. I will try to do something about it between now and next episode. But they had an update for Streamlabs and it just fucked everything up. And I just hate Streamlabs. The reason I use it though is because I have to use a different program for streaming to YouTube than I do for Twitch. And I prioritize Twitch because it is better to stream to. It is less resource intensive, I like the UI better, and it is certainly the lesser of two evils in regards to live streaming. Not saying much, but still worth mentioning. So yeah, I'm gonna use OBS for Twitch because I A, stream to Twitch more often, B, prefer it, and I just prefer OBS there too, and I can do more there. Which, yeah, if you ever want to catch me live gameplay wise, playing a game, whether it be Star Citizen, Halo, AVP 2010, I'm getting back into that. I'm still debating whether or not I'm going to do my Alien Isolation playthrough on Twitch or YouTube this year. For anyone who's watching and has no idea what I'm talking about, every year, literally every year since 2014, since the game released, I've been playing Alien Isolation on an annual basis. So once a year, every year, I play Alien Isolation. Last year was the first time I live streamed it, and on Nightmare difficulty. I don't think I'll be doing Nightmare difficulty this year, but I'm still debating on whether I stream it and if I do it to YouTube or to Twitch. Regardless, I will be recording in either case. So But I don't know if I'll be streaming it to Twitch or YouTube. It'll be easier to Twitch, but I might not do it. I might do it on YouTube for convenience of viewers, but it is not convenient for me. Definitely more convenient for me to do it on Twitch. So never say I don't go out of my way for you people. But yeah, that's gonna be it for now. I'm just going to shut my mouth. Well, speaking of aliens, I think I'm just going to wait. Crap. Hold on a sec. Guys, speaking of which, I think I'm just going to have. Why is this so far? Oh, fun. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but Streamlabs. Oh, okay. I don't know if you guys could still hear me there before, but Streamlabs decided to freeze. Another reason why I don't like Streamlabs. Yeah, I did not plan this out, but I figured this out. There you go. I'm going to head out. Oh, still subscribed?